What up? What up? What's up? That's right, y'all. That is right. It's Hot Mic Friday. What up? What up? What up? Big shout out to everybody in the chat. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. What up, fam? Big shout out to all my people on the back street. Big shout out to all my peeps on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Roll them up. Get that drink right. Sit back in that special chair and relax and enjoy the show. Hey, don't forget to participate in that poll. Don't forget to hit that like button, fellas. Don't forget to hit that like button. Hey, man, I'm going to start it off by, first of all, everybody, please understand that, what we talk about over here is one of them things where you just go ahead and pick up all your gear, get your dog, get on the bus, and let's go back here. We're going to be talking some bulldogs tonight. Well, we always talking bulldogs. But I just got to always, I try to, get y'all in the mind frame of our time in order to try to get y'all to understand that we bring you back here because it's hard to try to associate, that time period. And so when we talk about it, we expressing it from our viewpoint being that we lived it. We was a part of it. I don't think, first of all, I never realized that how many people that actually have bulldogs, but I can, tell that they didn't come from our era. I'm pretty sure, most of the guys that we had come on here and we did interviews with, those were guys from my era. Those are my mentors. Those are the guys that when you talk about certain things, you can't help but talk about them. One of the reasons that I say this, because it's hard. I mean, I get around and I listen to everybody. I watch everybody's show. But there was something that I keep missing. And maybe I think sometimes we don't stress this enough. See, a lot of guys, y'all guys can hear a bunch of the stories and everything, but it is a total difference when you guys talk about certain dogs and certain things, but you didn't live that experience. What we try to get you guys to see and understand is there was a time for many years that we lived in this experience. Like everybody never got a chance, everybody don't know how Queen, what Queen looked at like. I seen Queen go down. Not everybody knew what Barracuda looked at like. I seen Barracuda. I seen Twisted. I seen Satan. I mean, that list can go on. I mean, really, fellas, if you really just see, y'all don't have what we had, so it's hard for you guys to be like picture when we saying what we saying. See, from 1983 up until 2004, if you had all the journals, imagine how many times you would have seen GHK in them journals. Because you would find us a lot in them journals. You will find a lot of my mentors in them journals. You will find a lot of people that we talk about in them journals. See, the reason I say that, because if you've seen something, like suppose you were at the last Super Bowl, you would be more excited to be able to talk about the Super Bowl when you were sitting there compared to you sitting there watching it on TV. because the energy and the excitement would be totally different from you watching it on the TV and actually being there. Because now you get a chance to see all the people around you and be a part of the festivities and everything that's going on. Well, that's how it was for us. So we try to get y'all to take y'all back there and get inside of that mind frame of why and what we did during that time period amongst all the other great ones that was teaching us and what was on their minds and how we took certain things from each one of them that was special, that made them who they were, and combined all them different things to create us. So the reason we talk about a lot of the things, because there is a reason behind the things that a lot of these guys were doing. You know, when we talk about our dogs, you know, we always tell you we copycats. We did exactly what they were doing. So for us to say that, I'd be watching sometimes and I'd be like, you know, seeing certain things. I say, well, I don't think people get when we talk about copycat. I don't think you guys get it. Copycatting is basically copying and doing the exact same thing this person over here did. You did it the exact same way. Because if they were doing it and you did it the exact same way with everything in mind on what they were doing, that's like if somebody was taking a test and they got all the answers, they writing all the answers, you know they smart, and you sitting up there looking at them and you just copying their answers. If they get an A, then you're supposed to get an A. That's how I look at it. That's why we say copycats. You're copying, you know, you're not creating nothing new. You're just copying off of what that person did. Now, when you're copycatting off of somebody, it's not as easy as looking over at their paper and just writing down the same answer that they did. When you're dealing with these dogs and breeding programs and matching and, you know, how business was done, to duplicate and to copycat off of them, you almost had to be in that person's mind frame. Understand, no, everybody's not the same. So you have to have a relationship to understand why this person thinks and do the things that they do. Completely, literally understand. And when they have these conversations with you, not all the conversations that you have with different people, they might be saying the same thing, but they have different ways of saying the same thing because of the personalities and who they are. So when we talk about like the Queen or Luther or Satan, Barracuda, Twisted, May May, 9 Millie, Nico Jr., Yellowbuck. Now these are the people that we, even Mau Mau and Eminem and Let 'Em Go. These are people, and big shout out to my boys Deep South, because they had a whole lot to do with it, a whole lot of shit. But when we talk about these people, y'all have to understand we were in a different world than what y'all in. The world that we were in was called the fast lane. Everybody that we talk about match dogs. So all these great dogs that y'all might be talking about and seeing, I knew the people who had the dogs and knew the people who did the dogs. So you knew the dogs. You knew the success behind the dogs. The things that they did once that match career was over, and the things that they were doing to keep creating something, to make nasties and the Kenny Allens, and you know, them guys had a plan, you know, and you have to understand that when we talk about our experience, We're in a different time frame. Everybody is not out here trying to sell dogs. Everybody's not out here trying to be nothing but the best dog fighters going into the best competition, using the best dogs available. That was the mind frame. That's the mind frame that we came up around. So being able to see Joey and a lot of these great fights. Have y'all ever stopped and really thought about, out of all the great matches we've seen and all the things that we have seen over a time period, we always talked about the winners. But if y'all was ever a part of the journal or ever a part of that part of that life, my old schoolers would probably know what that kind of felt like. But the journal gave you winners and losers. Remember that. It actually gave you the winners and the kennel, the loser, the dog, and the kennel. Now, something that played a major part in that sometimes I think in the conversations they have now, they seem to miss. Those losers, they was a certain type of bred dog. Remember that. Those losers were part of a breeding program. And you can't just cancel them out, because a lot of them were actually great bred dogs that just ran into better dogs. Didn't kill the breed. Didn't kill the breed. But it showed over time that certain breeds, certain bred dogs was not matching up to certain bred dogs. So when I say I seen them Boyles dogs kicking ass and everything, but I seen another group of dogs that came in and things changed. I seen Eli dogs that ran well, but then I seen another group of dogs, bred dogs, come in and put that shit to a test. So that's when you start hearing them conversations about, not in particular dogs, but certain bloodlines. When they had their reign and what happened to that reign of terror. Something came through and changed your mind frame. Something made these people start mixing and matching, trying to figure out that new sauce to deal with this new reign of terror that has come through this thing called the fast lane. Now there's a lot probably going on out there. You look at the journal, it's full of a whole bunch of names and a whole bunch of dogs y'all probably never heard of. But the purpose of the journal was about information. What made certain dogs stand out in that book of information? What made certain kennels stand out in all that book of information? If you ever just picked up a couple journals, you would figure it out. There really was not no Pacific standout. I mean, you were doing great to get the cover. You were doing great to have some type of title. But compare that to everything else that was going on inside the journal. There was a whole lot of shit going on. We done went down through them, some of, the American Game Dog Times. Y'all see the match reports. We done been over the match reports. We could go in there and get a couple great matches about so-and-so beat so-and-so. I mean, it gives you all that information. But what made them certain ones stand out? Was it the competition? Or was it because of the way they were bred? Breeding never really had nothing to do with it, to me. The dog was always going to be about the dog, fellas. Give it down. I don't know how y'all look at that. And, you know, when I hear people say certain things about certain things, you know, I'd be like, well, I was out there. I was out there. And we traveled a lot. We seen a lot. So it's hard for me to not be everywhere at one time, but you knew, like I knew a lot of the people in Louisiana, a lot of the people in Tennessee, a lot of the people in Maryland, a lot of the people in remember, we knew people everywhere. So everybody was on that thing called competition. Everybody. But you never hear us speak about the losers. Unless it was one of them that had that claim of fame and then they got their head cracked. You know, and then it'd be like, oh, so-and-so beat so-and-so, two-time winner, went in and beat so-and-so going for his grand championship. That kind of shit, it rings bells. Why? Because everybody, you know, two-time winner got his head, you know, went in and smashed them, you know, and that kind of news just traveled. But then as you look inside the journal, in American Game Dog Times, it wasn't like that was out of the norm. It was susceptible to happen at any given moment, any given time, anywhere with all the shit that was going on. That was liable to happen to any and everybody. And it actually did. One thing I noticed, there were certain bloodlines, like I hear a lot of people talk about the Sorrel dogs. Fellas, I know y'all think a whole bunch about that Sorrel shit, but guess what? Somebody pick up a journal and you compare them Sorrel dogs to any and everything that was in the journal. And if you knew the dogs, count how many losses them Sorrel dogs had back in that time period. Don't just, well, I heard shit. Go based off the evidence that was presented. You got the American Game Dog Times, Fat Bill have all many match reports in all those books. If you ain't never had them, grab them. You know, journals was hard to come by, but you know, there's a lot of people. You know, you can get your hands on enough to just take a look. See, the reason I say that because I'm a true believer in research. We always researched what we were doing. You know, I always told you, Mo and our kennel partner used to argue back and forth, but they were arguing their points based off their research. They could go in and rip a damn pedigree and have a match report and go through statistics and, you know, go at it because they're dealing with receipts. They're dealing based off of what they've seen. They dealing with this, how this dog was bred. You knew this dog was bred this way, and you see how he fought, and you see how he got his ass whooped. You know, like that was like Bora's dog. He came in there with all that mouth, but for some odd reason, it seemed like we see enough of them. They seem like they on a time clock. Same thing they were saying about the Eli dogs. Yeah, they smashing, but all of a sudden now they on a clock. Man, I was running on all that shit. Remember, now they ain't talking about any particular dog. Now they talking about the bloodline itself. Why? Because it starts showing itself. People started noticing what was happening. Why? Because they were matching dogs. Literally. So that's what brought popular bloodlines to the forefront. All the way down to when they'll say, Jeep, Red Boy, Rascal. You know, Red Boy dogs. I mean, man, I lived through all of this. The Jocko dog before there was even a Red Boy Jocko cross. Jocko was, as far as bloodline in itself, Chavis was making a little bit of noise. And that was prior to the Red Boy Jocko shit. Oh man, Chavis, go back and pull up the journals. You'll see. He was making noise himself. Mims and Cruz, all them old school names. What made them stand out in them journals when all the other madness was going on? See, that's the part that I be trying to get you guys to stop and say, okay, y'all know the names. Start associating the dogs to the names. How much leverage and where was they getting that leverage on what happened when it came down to them losses? Remember, you might have been all right over here, but how many times do you hear them discuss them losses? See, it's them losses that was changing people's whole outlook when it came to the fast lane. The losses. If, like this, if Eminem on that 17 streak win, and all of them was same dogs out of 1 litter. 17 straight. Now imagine what the game was talking about in the heat of that moment. I think we did the show when the guy who actually did beat him, I think it was Metalhead, who actually did break that winning streak, how they didn't put Eminem and them down. They found it, as an accomplishment to break a winning streak. Not talk shit about the dogs, because again, if he wasn't shit, right, then beating him wouldn't have been the hype. But because of that loss, that shook up the game. Because it made everybody start looking at what it took to beat him. You know what I'm saying? See, all that kind of shit was going hand in hand. And you got to remember now, when all this is going on, people are watching these things happen. We're not just sitting back, jumping out there, just talking about it. Everything's going on everywhere. But what made it so interesting is like you picking up a racehorse program. And if you're familiar with racehorse programs, it gives the horses times and what they did the quarter and a half and the race they won and the class they was running at. It gives you all the information that you need to know before you go make that bet. And that's basically how the dog went, except for we wasn't using the damn journal as a betting tool. We were using the journal as an informational tool that kept us all, in there to what we all had an ideal of what was going on and who and what did what, and get a chance to see the breeds because some of them had handled by so-and-so, out of so-and-so, out of this blood. So if you ever got hold of the book and just use it as just a historical publication, you'd be amazed of some of the names and the, good names that you probably would know. And I hear y'all talk about Divine and all of them. Yeah, they had great dogs, but did you ever stop and look at the losses? And who was actually doing the beating them? See, that's the part to where I be thinking we paid a lot of attention to those losses. See, the losses for us who lost certain situations, it was easy not to talk about them losses because them kind of losses you can move on from. But it's hard to move on from a loss that was the center and took a crushing blow to your bloodline. See, one loss in a certain bloodline is okay. But in the fast lane, a couple losses of the same bloodline in different people's hands is the means of the disaster. And I've seen many disasters that happen. Remember, I was there for the bull, that bull shit. The disaster. I was there for that Eli shit, the disaster. I seen it. Actually was moving around when the head hunting went on. And the conversations and shit that led up to certain situations and the ending and the final explanation of what happened. Not just during that situation, but what happened to the changes that needed to be made. When you start saying, no more using other dumb dogs, Eli dogs, all that mouth don't mean nothing if you're in game. Then you had the ones coming through there, just on the clock, they good for 45 hour and all of a sudden it's over. I mean, you got to be able to maintain 30 minutes. I mean, I've heard all these different scenarios associated with certain bloodlines, but you have to understand. In order to be talking about these certain bloodlines, we was talking about traits and characteristics because certain bloodlines had a certain trait, certain characteristics that went along with those wins and those losses. Okay? You can't just stick a bloodline and say it's shitty because so and so had it. No, it wasn't really like that. When you had them Boils dogs out there getting their ass kicked, it wasn't due to what one person getting their ass kicked. It fell into a bunch of people getting their ass whooped. When you had that many dogs out there, but then you got the queen, she did okay, but Kunta, what was her name? Pandy, she did okay. I mean, there's a whole lot of those Boils dogs, but then you ever go back and see which ones was getting their ass whooped? How many Boils dogs you see out there that had 4-time winners, 1-time loser? Or 2-time winner, 1-time loser? Whole bunch of them. And there was a reason why people changed up. That wasn't due to nothing except for the win-loss column. So when you talking about certain dogs and certain bloodlines, they all had their own special place in the creation of the thing we call the American Game Pit Bull Terrier. See, this shit didn't happen overnight. This shit didn't happen because of one match report. These history of bloodlines was created not behind one dog. All this shit was created based off of what history presented to us. And it was up to you to take a piece of that history and see if you could make it work for you. Do you think Maurice Carver, with all the paper shuffling and for whatever reason he was doing what he was doing, do you think that prevented him from being Maurice Carver? Remember how many stories we hear about Maurice Carver could sell you Michael Jackson's nasty ass drawers? You know, he the best could tell, man was full of telling lies, great lie teller. But what did that have to do with the success of his dogs? Regardless of how they were bred. Nothing. Nothing at all. Because the dog spoke for what Maurice done. And then you got to step back and ask yourself, how was a person that could be so shitty, tell as many lies as he didn't know what the hell was really going on, but become so detrimental to the betterment of the American Pit Bull Terrier? I'll tell you what it was. Have you ever stopped and tried to get some of them journals and look in and see what Maurice Carver was actually selling, regardless of whether it was right or not? Him and Floyd always had some type of advertisement in the journal. Known. Always. If you go back and look, you will see they didn't do much changing up what they had on their yards. And we're still being able to produce great dogs. Think about that. You can still talk about them old men to this day based off of the shit that they were creating, knowing the one was a damn good liar. Never knew what the hell you were getting, but could you really take anything away from him when it had Carver so-and-so, Carver so-and-so, Carver so-and-so, Carver so-and-so, regardless of how it was bred? It didn't matter. Where do you think it mattered at? We would not be talking about Maurice Carver if it don't be for the performance of what his damn shit was doing that had Carver, regardless of what the damn paper said. The dog is the reason we talk about him any damn way. See, the game never got away from that, fellas. See, even though he might have been a little ahead of my time, but I was around that time with the Kimsey Woods and the Termites and the Tate and the Maydays and the Queen, the Kuntas and the Pandies, and I mean, my list can go on. The Twisted, I mean, the list is long, man. So we've seen a lot. But the blood itself, when it was winning, you talked about it. But did you ever stop to think about the ones that was losing? The blood that was actually had the influence on what made certain things change, like the Boyles dogs. And I ain't talking about just the Boyles brand either. I'm talking about both of them. There was a time period that it didn't matter whether it was the brand or the breed, shit changed. You had to come with a better animal. Yeah, Queen did her thing, but you weighing that against what all the other shit that was going on. You had to weigh all of them. You had to weigh that against all the other shit that was going on. That's the part I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all picking one dog. One dog ain't make this game. One bloodline did not make this game. What made them ones that stood out over all the other shit that was going on? What made them certain kennels stand out over all the other shit that was going on? The fucking dogs. The dogs. What made people want to come to our yard? The dogs. What couldn't have been us? It was the dogs. What made us go to other people's yards? The dogs. What was it about they dogs that would make us want to go to their yard? See, this is the part to where, everybody who talk that, they talking about it, but you heard about it. I had a dog off of so and so, and a whole lot of that. 8 dogs in the litter. I kept 2 dogs. That means there's 6 dogs out there in other people's hands. What that mean? Did they do anything? Evidently they didn't, because they don't have a match report. You might see Little May brother over there, but what did it do? Nothing really to be, all hype about. Because coming from that era, we all understood the only thing that mattered was performance. That's it. Give a damn who he was off of. Performance spoke volume. And how do you know? Grab you a couple journals, grab the American Game Dog Times, and any other book that was out there, and look for yourself. Every one of them winners had a loser. And did you ever stop to see how some of them losers was being bred? Some of them bloodlines that y'all be giving all that hype on, man, y'all be like, y'all crazy as hell. That shit was getting smashed. Like y'all be talking that shit about them Sorrel dogs. Them Sorrel dogs wasn't shit. I'm being for real. Might have been in that area, but I know out there when we was running, and you heard my list of people I was running with. They wasn't shaking up they wasn't shaking no goddamn apples out no trees. And I'm just being straight up. And that ain't me player hating. That's just the fact. They wasn't. That's why I will always question, wait a minute. Where do y'all get that from? Are y'all reading that? Because if you pick up the journal, there were some good Sorrel dogs out there. But they wasn't like they was home like, come on. First of all, they weren't even on the level of, what's a good one? The Boyle shit. When the Boyle shit got started. Gaston dogs. Gaston dogs had more popularity than the Sorrel dog. The Gaston dogs now was more popular than the Sorrel dogs. And look how long the Sorrel dogs have been around. What made it like that? Wins. Winning dogs is why that happened like that. So when I hear them conversations, I just be tripping, because I'm like, we live in a different time zone. Because in order to understand where I'm coming from, it's not about something you're reading. I'm talking about something that was going on. And it was going on to the point that where we knew what was going on. And I'd be wondering if sometimes with all them wins and all them journals and the times and everything, did y'all ever stop to take a look at the dogs that were losing? Because they're right there. Most of them are going to tell you how they were bred. Take a look at the loss. Stop looking at the wins and start taking a look at the losses. The breeds that were actually losing. You'll see and understand why I'm saying what I'm saying today. Because that's how things were actually being weighed. You weren't just looking at your journal to find the winners. You paid a whole lot of attention to what was actually losing. And some of that good shit that was out there, what is going out here? What's this new thing going out here smashing shit? This what made people want to come to your yard. This what made people want to pick up the phone. Yo. Everybody trying to find the source. Everybody trying to find that ingredient. So this is why I can understand why people lie about what was on, on papers, but we didn't have to worry about lying because we wasn't never selling shit anyway. But if you ever pick up a journal, you're going to find a whole lot of guys that was selling dogs back then. Now, that ain't me hating. Just pick up a journal and look for yourself. Look how many great names you're going to see. But you weigh them great names against the majority of the matches in the book, there's a whole lot of damn people who wasn't selling dogs. Whole lot that wasn't. So trying to get that part across is when I be like, sometimes y'all have to remember, over here we be talking about the past. So we're going to always have a different look of a lot of the conversations, because based on the conversations, it was so much that we seen and it was a part of that don't fit the scenario and the stories. But if you just do your research and go back and just really take a look based on, don't just take on what we're saying, go look for yourself. We bring it to the light because we was there. We're a part of that life. We grew up in that. That was just, these guys that was our mentors, they didn't get there based on somebody writing a book or people telling stories. They created their own story. They created their own dogs. They whipped enough ass that where, you can't help but talk about them. And I'm not talking about no neighborhood shit. I'm talking about from one side of the country to the other side of the country, north, south, east, and west. But that's why I speak on, have you ever just stopped and looked at why? Have you ever stopped and looked at why they were able to do that? Because I really see my brother sitting here. I don't care how much I see him sitting here. I see people who try to get around certain things that I know that I've heard him say plenty of times. I've heard schoolboys say certain things. I heard my brother say certain shit. And when they say it based off of their experience and them being able to have done it before. See, I couldn't say, based off of, even when we talk about the Mayday shit, where everybody thought we were just in the Mayday. But if you ever watched our shows and followed us, you would know that's not true. That's not true. Because you're forgetting about all the RASCAL shit. You're forgetting about all the Mountain Man shit. You're forgetting about all the Eli shit. The Bruiser shit. I mean, there's so much that we have had on our yards that were good dogs. Dogs at the times. But when you go back and look at these same dogs, we were progressing and creating better dogs along the way. And guess what? It wasn't just for us. Man, there was a whole bunch of dog men who were making these transgressions along the way. Like one great one I like to speak, I throw out there is my man Mr. Struthers from Legion of Doom. He got his hands on some shit that created some more shit, and the only way that we could talk about him and his shit, y'all know. I mean, remember the great 9-time winner Robert T. Hey, he might have whooped all that other ass, but you still had to deal with the Legion. The man who had Luther. The man who had Grand Champion Doom. You know what I mean? Come on, man. And how much better can you be when you sitting over there in that corner Say, bring that shit over here. Just bring that shit over here. And then beat your ass. Make you think about, you should have kept that shit over there. You know? Because that kind of shit was happening. You thought you had that hot shit, but just bring that shit over here. Don't give a damn about all the other shit. Bring that shit over here. A whole bunch of that. Seen a whole bunch of that shit. Bunch of it. Them kind of conversations happen a whole lot. People getting ass whooped. Wasn't nothing to see people get their ass. Even when we got our ass beat. Going down to South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? But after that, went back through there, with a reign of terror. Reign of terror. Because they had a good dog. We had a first time outer. Good dog. But he was a two-time winner. Yeah, that was Redman, wasn't it? Redman, two-time winner. But had to come back through there. But then in the process of them having good dogs and beating us, that brought everybody else to run with it. Everybody went back through there. And all of a sudden, the dogs that they thought was good, they really wasn't that good. Because you still got these type of people coming through there beating up on your shit. So we stress formulas for a reason. We stress, don't just look at the wins, but look at the losses. Look at what was these certain breeds was beating these type of breeds, programs. Watch the consistency. Understand what it took to bring this down off the mountain. Because that's what this shit was all about for us. And where do you think we got it from? How do you think we learned that? So I think that's important when you're discussing breeding programs. Because a lot of bloodlines that y'all thought was good, to me, I still be wondering, where, when and where, and how. And what do you have to stand on? Because just as much as you're trying to stand on that, I can show you something totally different where you will understand this is why that shit didn't get that much play. Because they had to deal with this type of shit. Because there was a lot of that going on. Pick up a journal. You'll see a whole bunch of it. Whole bunch of it. But then when you running around in that ocean and that wave with, I call it chaos. That's where all the great matchups were happening. And if you look at the losers and look at the names behind the losers, you can't say they were bullshit. They just was running into better shit. That's how the game progressed. That's how everybody got to cross this with this, because you needed to do something, because you ain't gonna win with this bullshit here, because them days is gone. They got a whole new monster flying through here. See, everybody had their time. But then that's why we push formulas. Understanding the formula and figuring out that secret sauce. In order to understand the secret sauce, Ben, ain't nobody really trying to give it to you. It's just like we did with the Mayday buck versus buck. You go back there and look. And just really look at the damn video. Ain't nothing on there made up. It is what it is. Regardless of how buck was bred, it shouldn't fucking matter. What we're trying to get you to see is why did it, when you bought it together, it worked so well when it was working by itself anyway. But why were you able to create a whole new line of shit when you put it together? That's not the first time that type of shit have happened, though. It's not. You can always go back to Red Boy Jocko often. Now you got Red Boy G, Rascal, and all types of shit going. But what did it take to even put a halt to that shit? What made people want to change up to that shit? I mean, there's reasons why a lot of shit changed. But I always felt like, hey, fellas, stop looking at the winners and start paying attention to what they was the losers. What was these who were these winners actually beating? What was those bloodlines? Look at the bloodlines so you can understand why shit changed. Because that was the big picture. The big picture was the book. Because the book will give you information that will make you stop and say, nah, I don't want to fuck with that shit. Shit used to be the shit, but shit, this shit is getting crushed. Is it because of the breeding program, or it may be because better dogs is coming through? I'm gonna let y'all know right now. There was a whole bunch of better dogs that changed this game. I mean, a floodgate of them. All the way down from, not just us, but them Chicos too. You know what I mean? Them Island Boys too. They came in there with a whole new sauce of shit. And trust me, that game changed. And the results. See, I never want y'all to forget the results. It ain't about no Kobe's and Maurice and Patrick and Crenshaw. It ain't about them. Y'all still ain't talking the names I want to hear. We all getting there. But you ain't got there fast enough because y'all still running back to them old. Them old motherfuckers don't have nothing to do with this new shit. This shit to change shit. Nothing at all. Carver, Boudreaux, Mayfield, Divine. They had their time, but there was a new group that came through that motherfucker. I'm telling you, the names of them dogs definitely changed. And you got to understand what made it through those changes of that tear. Because there was a tear run. And that run, for me, went all the way through the 90s. It started in the late 80s and ran all the way through the 90s and down near the early 2000s. When shit was hot. A lot of shit. So, take that information. That's why we talk about it, because that was a major change. You can't skip over that part, because that part, there's Floyd and them back here. And then it's y'all. Y'all need to really pay attention to what was going on in the middle. Because in the middle, there's a whole lot of names that y'all talking about over here that ain't right here. Whole lot. Y'all need to fill in them gaps. Because them gaps right there is the gap, that part in the middle that they was trying to destroy. What they did with Floyd and all them, and Fat Bill and all them, when they was trying to go cut them down. The only reason they was cutting them down because they felt like they was like our dealers. That's for real. They say they cut off the head of the snake, we would be lost. So they went and took all that shit. But by that time, it was already too late because we was creating our own shit. Not only just creating our own shit, but better shit. So that shit that was going on in the middle, I'm just put it like, it didn't really change. I mean, people always blame it that, the change and, quote, the troubles on us, that time period. But that wasn't the problem. That time period brought some of the best dogs to the American Pit Bull game had ever had in one time because the competition was at an all-time high. And that ain't me just talking. It's not like I can't prove it. Remember, there ain't nothing back there in the back that you can change. It's already happened. So if I can stand on it with proof, what would your argument be? Because this statement that I'm making is not based on my opinion. Opinion is based off of something I might feel. Fact is something that I can prove. Like I can prove you what my name is without a problem. There's certain things I can prove. Mo can help me prove it based off of fact. The information's right here. You can't. One thing about history, it is what it is. The thing is, do you have enough to argue that point of fact? Because your opinion don't matter when it comes to fact. And that's what makes a good conversation. Because you would need facts to dispute the facts that I'm giving you. And you know how around here we deal with nothing but receipts and facts. Regardless of what anybody think or what they might say, or how they might say it. I ain't never ever felt like we ever had to bullshit and lie about a goddamn thing. That part I don't know where in the hell anybody ever got that from. And I've seen many people out there talking that bullshit and going through all that fake ass shit. But one thing I'm gonna always sit here and tell you, you ain't got to bullshit. Real gonna always recognize real. Fake ass shit, it don't have no life. It just don't. Never have. And I'm an old motherfucker. I can really say that and believe that. Fake don't get you nowhere because it will always be exposed. A lie is the hardest thing to keep once you start lying. That means every time you got to say something, you got to remember that lie, and that lie gonna go with you. Because at any point in time, you might have that conversation, and somebody hit you with, "Well, I thought you said this," or "I thought you said that." I might be getting old in age. My mind is kind of like sometimes I put my keys down, knowing I just had them in my hand because I just walked in the door with them. I got in the house and don't know where the fuck I left them at. That's what I call forgetting things. I guess that does come with age. But when you got to go out your way and fake some shit, that's something, that's a little bit different. I don't know how people could waste their time trying to do shit like that. It takes too much energy. So my thing is always try to keep it real, but understand the sauce, fellas. What I'm trying to get to is y'all missing a major part when you're talking about a breeding program and these damn dogs. Stop looking just at the winners and start looking at who the winners were beating. Start looking at that. You're going to notice something. Why certain bloodlines took off. They had to have been beating something. Take a look. And then once you got that part established, then I think that's what really changed even us as far as what it took for us to create better dogs. Because it wasn't just about trying to copy exactly what somebody else was doing. It had a whole lot to do about what we were seeing and what they were doing and who in the hell they were doing it to. You know what I mean? That's the difference. Start looking at the losers. Made you start looking at what the hell they using. Because I swear to God, that's the way I felt about Queen. That's exactly the way I felt about her. Not knowing nothing about that dog. After seeing what I seen Pepper do, I would have never imagined that a bitch could come in, like I seen Queen come in and just smash that bitch like it wasn't shit. I mean, like it wasn't nothing. And I'm telling you, Pepper was a bad bitch. I mean, she was about that life, bro. But that go to show you the kind of dog Pepper was. I seen Barracuda. You would have thought, and I was, yeah, it was our boys. We trying to tell them, man. They got a monster. I'm telling them, I'm like, man, it's a different type of dog, bruh. Different type of dog, bruh. For the first 15 minutes, their hopes was high. Their hopes was high, and they got a good dog. You don't travel all that way and not have a good dog. But by the 30-minute mark, it was a massacre. It was just like, all I could do was I told you. I told you. I mean, I hadn't seen this bad boy before. I told you you got your hands full. No, they ain't got nothing. That shit ain't shit. Yeah, all right. I remember this is early in Barracuda's career. This is early. All right. Well, you're hell. I mean, you're right, because he had already. Remember, that was the one he made it. That was like number 7, right? No, because look at all the ones that hadn't made it in the journal. That was 5 that hadn't made it in the journal by the time this one took place, when they came down. So these are the things that when you see enough of it and you had them kind of conversations and you be like, fellas, we was around in that time period. So we had a chance to see a lot of great dogs that you guys talk about, and a lot of great people who had great dogs, but then why didn't their dogs raise to the level of these over here, and why did the ones who had reached to the level fall off? So you have to sit down and read into the whole entire blueprint to find your way. Because if you're not going to find your way, you're not going to see the results that come along with success. And that's all I'm going at. I'm going after that part right there. Let me get in here and check out my peoples right quick. Big shout out to my man Mr. Dickie Foster. I see you, fam. My man Mr. William Torres. What up, fam? Talk of the city. Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Claim to go Kennels. What up, fam? Rich all time. What up, fam? Let me see here. My man Mr. Bulldog Jones in the house. The Mad Doctor. I see you, fam. Family Royal. Viking Royal family in the house. What up, fam? Melee New Suspect Kennels. I see you, fam. Mr. Lloyd Edwards in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Cecil Jackson in the house. What up, fam? Let me see here. Mr. John Denbury in the house. What up, fam? My man Heart and Fitness Kennels representing. What up, fam? Yo, 2 dogs in the house. What up, fam? Kurt Hunter Kennel in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Courtney Edwards. What up, fam? My man Courtney says, salute Twin 1 and 2. Salute to the chat. Twin 1. Did y'all back into Frank Jacobs? Also, did y'all know what bloodline of his that y'all lost one to? Who's Frank Jacobs? Frank Jacobs is the one that had the Beetlejuice shit. That's the one that his wife told him at the match. And he got raped. Frank? Yeah, that was his wife told him. Yeah. T.O. On my killer part. Yeah, but who did he beat? He beat none of our shit. To one, did y'all go back into Frank Jacobs? Also, did y'all know what bloodline of his that y'all lost one to? Never lost one to him.
Beetlejuice was his bloodline.
Beetlejuice was his bloodline. He lost to Twisted. Is that the one you're talking about? Because no, we bred the Beetlejuice, but Twisted is the one that whipped his ass. Yeah, we was with Deep South when that happened. But I don't remember losing to Frank at all. I know who you talk about, Courtney, but nah, I don't never remember losing. And my memory ain't that bad. Remember, we only had like 7 losses, so it ain't like we got to try to remember our losses at all. Our losses, I'll never forget them because there wasn't many, and the ones that I remember, 3 of them was some of the dumbest shit we could have ever done. So that's just to put that out there. You can try to correct me on that, but no, he's definitely not one of our losses.
He's in Beetlejuice pedigree.
Beetlejuice. Yeah, remember we bred Beetlejuice to Pretty Mama.
Yeah, that was after we saw him. His son.
Yeah, I'll let you tell him because I know he lost, but he didn't beat us. And when we seen it, he lost to Twisted. Let me see. I never. Okay. That was quick. Mr. William Torres. My man Eli Monster. What up, fam? Let me see, is there anybody? My main man, Mr. Burning Star. I see you, fam. Big shout out again to my man, Mr. James Jones. Peace and blessings to you too, fam. And big shout out to my man, Mr. Michael Collins, representing Shreveport in the Hills, representing what up, fam. Hey, y'all, but I'm going to turn this over to Mo. Let him go ahead and do what he do. Again, Hot Mike Friday, we got Champion Rascal, 8-time winner, 1-time loser, versus Jeep. Crenshaw had them both. But we're going to talk about that. Because, again, fellas, you got to remember, we had Rascal. And our Rascal shit came, right after we was already in Ohio, coming out of Carolina with snooty shit. Low Posse's Buster shit. I'm going to let Mo go over it. So these are dogs that we didn't, this is not in the generation. These are dogs right off of these motherfuckers. So we can sit here and literally tell you, and Bosco and all, man, we can tell you about a lot of these different dogs. And why and what made us change. And if you realize and look at what made us change are the same things that made everybody else change as time went on. You're going to see it. But we're going to bring it to your attention because there's a lot of difference when you hear somebody telling you a story compared to somebody who actually had the right type of dogs and really got out there with them to put them to the test out there amongst some of the best in the country that was doing it. So appreciate y'all for showing up. I'm going to turn this over to you, Mo. Hold on, here it comes. What's up, everybody? Hey, appreciate everybody taking the poll. I got 72 votes so far. Poll question of the night is it fair to say Bully Son produced better damn American Pit Bull Terriers than Eli Jr.? We have 25% that said yes, 46% 46% that said no, and 29% that says they both are considered equal. Appreciate everybody taking the poll. Don't forget to hit that poll. Participation is a must. And don't forget to hit that like button. Thanks again. That's my public service announcement.
Put me on, Mike. Okay. That's a good poll question. Let's see. Did Bully Son ever make any grand champions, y'all? I'm going to play the poll question for a minute. Question to the chat. Did Bully Son produce any grand champions you know of? Any? Let's think about it. We know he produced champions. We know he's a registered merit. But can anybody think of any grand champions that Bully Son produced? We know he produced ROM. Produced several of those. Can anybody think of a grand champion that came right off of Bully Son? Okay. I think we should know, but I always have questions pertaining to one that I'm not for sure, because the time range didn't really fit. That when Tornado was being campaigned, they had Bully Son being bred to Tornado. Now, what's hard for me is, where was that connection? Could that breeding has ever taken place? That's a big question. You know, me, I've always had doubt to that. But they had one named Tornado Son. And if Grim Reaper had a Grim Reaper was in Michigan, a lot more people up in Michigan could verify that as a fact, which great kennels like Abrahams, McNasty, Armin, Suburbanite Paul, these were people that Grim Reaper was around, even True Colors that was around, that they would have knew about Tornado Son, because the area that this dog would have been in. And definitely one of his wins would have came off of one of them groups, or say groups thereof, that would be able to verify that. Been trying to get verified for years. There's not a true notion that Tornado Son was off of Bully Son being bred to Tornado. Did he have any litter mates? Was he the only dog in the litter? Always good question to ask, because he's the only dog that ever popped up. So, anybody else know anything other than that? What about Clayton's Eli? Did he ever produce any Grand Champions? Well, we know he produced Grand Champion Art. We know he had a hell of a production line, but he also produced Grand Champion Angus and Grand Champion Mike, Champion Chinaman, Marley Jr., Champion Rascal, 2 different Champion Lukes. And you know what I'm saying? And we also had to put that on him because he was also a big part of the Niggerino Dogs. So I'm always wondering where the comparison come in at when you said it was just about even. When it came to production-wise, Bully Son produced a lot of champions. Yes, he did. And he produced a real good producing bitch, Honey Bunch. But I would have to tell you that the dogs that Eli Jr. produced was pretty good. Had some standing power behind them. You know, especially Art. Art stood up and took his hold. You know what I'm saying? And they had some pretty good ones out of Angus. You know, not as many. But the only thing I can say about Eli Jr. is outside of Art, he didn't really produce many ROMs. The only one that I can really think of is Art. So when it comes to production, you go back and look at Bully Son. I think we're going to have more than one ROM coming off of Bully Son. I think. I'm almost. Let's see, it was Honey Bunch, Midnight Cowboy, Lil Posse's Buster, Davis's Piggy. Let's see, any more ROM I'm missing here? That was a few right there. That was what? How many? 1, 2, 3. I already named 4 off of Bully Son. I did say Honey Bunch, right? 1, 2, 3. Yep. Lil Posse, Buster, Piggy, and Cowboy. Midnight Cowboy. Remember I said Eli, all he had was Grand Champion Art. If you tallied up the wins, Eli produced better matchdogs, but Bully Son produced better producing dogs. That's how I would put that. What y'all think? So, when I put them at an even, all depends. If I was matching dogs, because them all wins all ain't on my yard. You know, I ain't got maybe one of them, but I got maybe a grand champion off of Eli. Then I'm gonna be in history because I got a grand champion off of Eli. Got it. To me, Bully Son didn't produce one. Now, you know, like I said, Tornado Son was up in the air, but he did produce dogs that could produce. Eli produced Art. Art could produce. Bully Son produced a couple of them. A couple good producers. So that's the, if you like matching dogs, give me Eli. You want to produce some Bully Son shit, get some Bully Son. You know, it's like if you're breeding, I'm breeding towards Bully Son. I would be breeding towards Bully Son. But if I was breeding towards Art, I would be breeding towards Art for trying to get me some Bully Son shit that can produce. Maybe I can get me an Eli dog that can produce like Art. You know what I'm saying? Because after Art, hold on, I forgot one. I forgot Eli 3. Don't forget, I forgot Eli 3. That's right. Here's Eli 3 was another registered merit. Grand Champion Art in Eli 3. And Eli 3 goes back. The find him in some Boyle's dogs. You'll also find him back there hanging around in back in that time during in Bill Struthers' yard. Satan and them, Grand Champion Satan. He came out of that line. He had Eli 3 in him. Yeah, Eli 3 and Art. Hold on. Let's go check and see if the Art have any. Art didn't have a lot of shit, but he has some important shit that really made a difference in the game. That's what I can tell you about Art. You know, he had Grand Champion Mike. Let me see, who else did he have? He had Grand Champion Duke Doggy. Yeah, I help y'all look at some of these things here. Gotta hook this up here. Hold on, fellas. I just wanted to go in there and play with that since it was part of the poll. Me personally, I did like Eli, Clayton's Eli dog. I definitely liked him. Okay, so I definitely was an Eli fan. Okay. We're going here and check them out right quick. Here go Art. There go Grand Champion Mike. Which is a good breeding to the Kingfish stuff. Two good dogs, Grand Champion Mike. I mean, when you make a breeding like this, how can you go wrong when you got match dogs? Especially some rough ass match dogs. You know what I'm saying? Pivotal point of the breeding, I'm still going with Art. You know what I'm saying? Let's go look at Candy. It didn't take but 3. There's Trap coming off of Zebo. Alvin coming off of Luke. The other Luke. All these coming off of Candy. They breeding Art and offsprings off of Art back in there, but then you got the cross with Zebo. But we're looking at what made them all win. Candy all win. Art did. And shit bed back in the Art shit. You see that? Only thing other than Art would have been the Zebo cross. Outside, it was a dog of his own line. There go Luke. That's a Bolio cross. Well, I always say, yeah, Bolio cross into, which is we're still heavy, Eli, because there's Bully Son down there. Lost game to Fargo in 2 hours and 18 minutes. Look at the dog that was written about in the Bills in the Richard Stratton when they stated Fargo beat a dog they thought couldn't be beat. Oh, Frank Bunce. Now, when we go and look at Bully Son, here's his all wins right here. we know he produced some good produced dogs. Low Posse Buster. We know about Midnight Cowboy. We know about Honey Bunch. We even know about Piggy. There's Hand Candy. Badass Dog. Short Eye. Let's keep going down here and see if we can get them all. Cowboy. Chavo. Cowboy. Basically, the only good one was Candy. And they got under ROM. That I'm not really sure about. But all the rest of them, they speak for themselves. Honey Bunch, Cowboy, Buster, basically speak for themselves. So we already know we can honestly come to the conclusion that Bully Son produced. Not only did he produce good match dogs, he also produced registered mare dogs. Something that Eli did not produce as good. He did not produce as good, but to me, he definitely produced better combat dogs. That's for sure. Eli definitely has some good combat dogs out there. More so than I would have to give more credit to than I would Bully Son, but you gotta give Bully Son his props because he has some pretty good ones out there. You'll find old Artie. You'll find him at the cross that they used a little bit of Mayday on that, put together with that Bolio stuff to see it work good. That was the difference between those two. Now, when we go to talking about Jeep and Rascal, you know, that's almost talking the same conversation that we was talking about with Bully Son and Eli. I think we're going to get the same results. And the reason why I say you're probably going to get the same results that we came to the conclusion of with Bully Son and Eli is because Jeep was a hell of a producer. And we know he was a hell of a match dog. You know what I'm saying? But we can also say that about Rascal. Rascal had more pit time than Jeep. You know what I'm saying? He was more used for battle than Jeep. And I would have to say that Jeep was bred a whole lot more than Rascal was. Okay? So we have Jeep, we're going with the Bully Son. Rascal, we're going with the Eli. Let's go investigate. Let's start off with Rascal. Because it's almost obvious being Jeep has always been the number one producing male of all times. Hard to overlook that part of him. Okay, here we got Rascal, 8-time winner, 1-time loser. Rascal produced more good dogs than many recognized ROMs. Okay, he had 9 champions, 1 grand champion to his credit. Champion Rascal had a major impact in the dogs of the day, which is true. He had a living brother who was also Negro, and he had Boudreaux Lupe. Okay, Rascal was bred like this. He was really a double bred Eli Jr. dog. I think the factor that stood out in him But this part down here, Orphan Annie. I think that Fitzwater's Goldie added like adding Jocko to yellow or Jocko to red boy. That Fitzwater stuff down there, that Zeke stuff down there, it's just like adding Jocko to red boy. It just added something to it that made it better. Okay, there's Pedro. There's the grand champion they were talking about. They were Polly, Rascal Jr., which they called Tojo. Bronze Demon was a pretty good one. Crypto, Ginger. You notice a lot of these is Crenshaw. Crenshaw's Gunner. Crenshaw's Black Shine. Crenshaw's Ginger. Crenshaw's Crypto. Champion Bumblebee. Crenshaw's Sugar. Snake Man's Pedro. Crenshaw's Polly. Crenshaw's Rascal Jr. A lot of these was off of Crenshaw. Not too many, not too many producers in there though. We got Pedro. Just Pedro. Okay, so that speaks for the Rascal stuff. That's why we throw that Rascal in with Red Boy. But let's go see if Tojo R1 now. Let's go check, make sure. I don't see him there. I've never known him to be an RM anyway. You guys, I never known. I bred to some dogs right off of him. Pedro, we know he a registered married. You go Mount Man's Homer off of Rascal Jr. Ruby Red. Off of Rascal Jr. And see, with all those good breeders, and that's a lot of dogs you're breeding to. It's a whole lot of damn puppies you're having. See, these are things. This is what, like what I say, kills the line. Like these dogs down here, you'll find these dogs and more great dogs than you will see Ruby Red. Champion Sandman, Champion Leroy, Champion Lou, Champion Toot, and Bossy. Double Bred Rascal Jr. Okay, I see Homer. one more time. That's hard to believe there. Anybody know about you? Oh, Ruby. Ruby Red? Yep, Ruby Red. And that's just Rascal Jr. So, got to give him head props up. We didn't get a lot of champions out of him, but there is some production there. We know Mountain Man's Home with more of the famous dogs coming off of Tojo, Rascal Jr. But really, outside of that, it's not really much. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's other dogs that, like Cricket, you'll find her in good dog pet bloodlines. You'll find Charlie B in some good breedings. You'll find this dog in some pretty good breedings. You'll find these dogs as add-ons like like Breaker, Register and Merit. That's hardcore shit. A lot of their dogs was produced off of this shit. This is what he built his yard on. But it is a Jeep Rascal cross when you add, the yellow on top of this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's where they got their results from. Redman, Bozak, Doogie, Nugget, there's Felony. These are dogs that actually work. This is a Rascal dog, but like I was saying, the cross was adding a red boy to the Jeep, and he became a winner. It's really Jeep Rascal cross. Same with Bozak. Redman and Bozak were litter mates. So you gotta give them heads up together on that one. The Klein Bar's Red Neck was a pretty good one. I forgot how she was bred, but she was a pretty good dog too. Now, these dogs right here, I think you'll find this dog in Miss Nico's Champion Stone City Miss Nico dog. You'll find some of that stuff in her pedigree. Felony, another good producing bitch. You'll see she produced 9 milli. Who was 9 milli off of her? A Jeep. Jeep bred to Miss Rage. So we still keep adding that Jeep to that. Still with the yellow. It's still just showing you a cross that we all still did, even in my time. We used that Jeep, red boy, basically yellow cross. He got it with the Rascal. You definitely see it with the Rascal. Even when it comes to Breaker. You'll see it with the Rascal. So just remember, those crosses could have been a combination of Jeep crossing with Rascal, then you add in the major stuff strong, because it was definitely a popular thing to add with yellow back in the day. It was definitely real good idea to do that back in the day. We had these dogs back in the day. And we was dealing with the Rascal dogs that we had. We was dealing with Rascal dogs. We just was never able, the time space between what we had during that time compared to Brat, not even Brat, Amber was a gap there. Could we have ever had the Yellow John and the Eli on the yard at the same time? There were just certain dogs when you took Judo, when Judo came up missing and Mikey came up missing, that eliminated that possibility of us being able to take those type of dogs back in the amber. Probably would have ended up producing the same type of dogs these guys had. Would have been nice to be able to get that triple bred Jeep bitch we had bred to any of these males. But that's good producing stuff. The dude ran with this stuff for years and kept on producing good stuff. Doogie, another one. More Jeep. He lost the Flash, but he was a damn good dog. He beat several champions in his rise. And here's another combination of Heavy Honey Bunch, which is Bully Son. And you're still dealing with a little Rascal. But like I said, you'll find these dogs, like I was saying, you can find these dogs in several great dogs' pedigree. All this stuff, you're sitting some good dogs' pedigree. You know, and that's what puts Jeep at the top of the chart. That's why Jeep is at the top of the chart. He was such an intricate part of not only Stone's Hardcore's dog, you know, there's so many other lines that Jeep was such a major part of. You know, you'll find him in our shit. It's like he's like the main part of the puzzle if you're trying to have some good dogs. He was the answer to all. If you're trying to get something strong in your line, what better way? Look, Triple M got the shit. They built a damn legacy off of Jeep. Hardcore, he using Jeep and Yellow, made a legacy. You know? These were lines of dogs, guys, that had a lot of wins and stand power. Made these kennels famous. Made these kennels famous. I mean, we're talking about even with Homer. What's his kicker? Low Posse's Buster. Did he have some help? Coming off of Bully Son and Honey Bunch, double bred Bully Son. Coming with some double bred, inbred, double bred Eli. I mean, the combination, it's almost like Hardcore, just how they're using the formula. Good producer, good dog. There go Bossy. There go Lil Bill. There go Lil Homer. We'll take a look at a couple of these. again, what they doing with it? We got the bully son. We got the low posse buster. More bully son. And then you just adding more Eli. More Eli Jr. See that? But you got the bully, you got Stompanato. He's gonna have both Eli and Bully Son in there. But it's the strength of the line is what we're looking at. Both dogs can produce without each other, and both dogs can produce when you bring in each other. That's just a combination. So if I'm gonna be looking for something, I'm gonna be looking for something that's working off of Bully Son, and I'm gonna be looking off of something to work with Eli. I ain't gonna have no problem bringing those dogs together. I mean, what better chance do I have? I got a better chance doing that, playing in that group. What this is the pedigree is showing you. It's the group. It's the group. Group of dogs. I don't know about Bossy. And remember we was trying to check for him. He showed up again. Okay, now we got some pedigrees over here, honey. No Bossy Jr. Champion Miller's Ajax. Another breed. Triple bred on the Rascal Jr. No, when we say triple bred Rascal Jr., then we coming in with Low Posse's Buster. With Low Posse Buster Queen in them. We already know we coming in with more Bully Sons, so it's that combination of bringing those two lines together. Bringing those two lines together. We had a dog legitimate to this stuff. We had a dog named Solo, bred the Low Posse's Queen. Let's just see on here. Her name was Solo. The little dog I told you I had. She won one in short order and hung herself in the basement steps. She was off of Low Posse's Buster and Low Posse's Queen. These dogs had to be around at least because we got her in like 83. 83. So she was off of Low Posse's Buster and Queen. And we got Solo around 83. That's how far back this shit would be going. This is a 83 because she was still a baby puppy. And James Edwards cut her ears before we took her. So, yeah, I gotta find her. But let's see. Let me pull up Solo. Let's see if I can find her over here on my own stuff. There she go. Okay, Mike wanted me to pull her up. There she go. And that was 1983. Had APBT papers and everything on her. She was a bad little bitch. She was a little bitch. I can tell you, based on the dog that we had got, you know what her time period was back in there when I said 83, based on when we got her and how old she was when we got her.
I got a question for you over here.
Mm-hmm.
My man Courtney Upwards. Appreciate the question, Courtney. Courtney said, a twin, which one of Bully Son's offsprings could have won against Eli Jr.'s grandson, Chinaman?
Bully Son's offspring. I think Stomper. You give me Stomper and Artie. Stomper and Artie. I could see being, competitive against Chinaman. That was who I would be putting my money on. My money would go on him. This guy here. This guy here. And I probably would have. I'd probably like Stomper. Stomper had that bottom side. It put Gameless in that shit. The Chinaman would have been a rough one but you're putting one of a kind on one of a kind. So I think they would have just had, or they would have had to been just as rough and tough as Chinaman. Chinaman wasn't a good walk in the park. The Chinaman wasn't also down in that jungle. He made the kind of matches that made history, but believe me, man, there was a jungle out there to really, most dogs that I've seen fight in the jungle, those questions would be hard to answer because they would have already been put to the test back in our time where I saw a jungle, where I saw the best of the dogs come together and go into each other. But what I can say about Chinaman, I say about Blackjack. What I say about Blackjack and Chinaman, I also say about Gator. It's just not the fact that these dogs aren't true champions, because yes, they are. What I'm saying is the caliber of the dogs that I was running into and seeing out there, I wasn't bumping into too many of those dogs. They always seem to get around those areas. Now, let's keep it real. Fat Bill, Kenny Allen, they didn't hesitate. Gambler, these guys, Gambler, they went down into those areas. They didn't shy away. Gambler didn't shy away. Kenny Allen didn't shy away. Fat Bill didn't shy away. James Crenshaw, he's always been he didn't stick his foot out there in that world of the fast lane, nor did he get too nosy to want to put his foot in there, because he seen what was going on with these guys. You know what I'm saying? These guys was doing that. You know, he seen it was rough in those areas to where we were playing in. And the only reason it was rough because you had a combination of brothers in different parts of the country who then got their hands on some good dogs and some money and really rewrote the fast lane. What actually, to me, became the fast lane. Because everybody who had a point to prove just stepped into the fast lane. That's why we have fights like Doogie and Flash. Fights like, you know, May May and Chi-Chi. Great fights like BJ and Charlie, and Tyrone and Charlie, which would have been a great one. Fast lane coming together, taking the best in these dogs and bringing them together into each other. You know, James has always been a hell of a dog man, and he had his hands on, you know, his share of great dogs. And it would have been nice to, you know, to see, you know, even with Casino in them, you know, even they all walk softly to me. You know, they all walk softly. But they can't take it away from their dogs. Their dogs win. You know, everybody just sometimes, you know, you can't knock a person because who they go into, but you can knock their dogs. You know, are their dogs good enough to been fast lane dogs? Can't tell if you never stuck them out there to find out, because there's always somebody out there looking. Look, I came in always looking for the best. That's how I ran across Tommy Boy. You got to be willing to go into these type of dogs. Some guys played it more safe. Guys that had a lot to lose, like their names. Back then, we didn't have a name to be worried about who we going into. You know what I'm saying? Because we didn't have a name. But I guess when you get a name and you selling dogs too, you know what I'm saying? That's why I see a whole bunch of CRENSHAW'S champions and not too many everybody else's champions. Did you notice that shit? Same thing with the Walkmore shit. I see a whole lot of Walkmore champions, but I don't see too many other motherfucking dogs other than that. You know, where's the consistency of what Walkmore was doing? Why couldn't it turn that same consistency flood over into, you know, into the game? Why couldn't James Crenshaw shit literally get into the fast lane mainstream if it's line of dogs? We see a lot of Crenshaw, but that's it. You know, Crenshaw this, Crenshaw that, but not getting too much more than that. You know, if he's producing it on the yard, then you can count on there being a few champions coming out of that yard. Not saying that they're not true champions. What I'm saying is the caliber where James was taking his dogs was not down in the same basement that we was taking ours. Maybe back then they just wasn't, you know, ready to deal with us like that on that level. Yeah, Ricky Jones was another one who said he was part of it. He was down there writing the damn book as far as fast lane, because he brought in all fast lane. That's what made Ricky so great to me. You know, even though he was a buzzard in the end, but what made Ricky so great, he was like he was like a center post of bringing all the great. If you had a great dog, bring him over toward, bring him there so we can get him on a Ricky Jones card. If you had a fast lane dog and you wanted to test your fast lane shit, it was usually through Ricky Jones that you got a chance to do it. We got a chance to see Satan on Roster Man, we had a chance to see him on Kenny Allen. You know what I'm saying? The reason why we got that opportunity, and basically in each time it was through Ricky Jones. You know, because on that level, if you had a badass dog, this is where you're gonna bring it, and this is why he had the great ass matches. You know, you hear Ricky Jones and like Satan in those great matches and shows like that. You know, don't forget Roster Man with Lady Stone trying to hook up with Tornado. These were all great matches. At least they was in the conversation and making it happen. You know, that was the lane that you wanted to beware of when you was moving around and you have something to lose. You know, you don't want running up in there with your shit getting it tested. Now, I know another badass dog, man, had that Ruckus dog. You know, that champion Ruckus. He was another dog that, you know, that he went out looking for greatness. You know, to put his name in stamp. You know, his dog was all that. You know, he was literally searching for the baddest dog out there in Ruckus' weight and didn't mind bringing him to your ass to get it. So I would definitely say that a lot of those dogs was not on the same, you know, in that time period of the 90s to the early 2000s, there was a whole lot of, you go looking down through there, all these guys that were selling dogs, you wasn't seeing a whole lot of matching dogs no more. They was concentrating more on they selling, you know, like, you know, when I pulled up Black Jacks, you know, 5 wins, you know, everybody was like, oh, but I wasn't trying to put Black Jack down. I was just making my point. Look at this grand champion here, and then look at this grand champion over here. We hear about this grand champion all the time. Why? Because he has that brand name on it. But look at this grand champion over here. You hardly ever hear about him because he ain't selling puppies. Yet he had harder matches and bigger matches than this dog.
I want to give a big shout out to my man, Don, coming in with a big 50 piece, showing mad love. Appreciate the love, Don. He said, GH.CH, I love you guys. Thank y'all so much for the knowledge you guys kick out. Appreciate that, Don, my man. Coming in with a bitty piece.
Bitty piece.
Yo, bitty.
Way to go, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you. But, and this is what I'm saying, if you actually notice, you know, you have to be paying attention and really breaking it down. I mean, just imagine, guys, if we was doing this in the now, knowing we still looking way back here for Bully Son and Eli and Jeep, you know, more of these 4 familiar names, just to have these names in your pedigrees, y'all happy. But I'm showing y'all a whole list and pages of dogs that's got these dogs' names in them. Whole 4 pages, pages. And we ain't getting but a few great ones out of these pages, but there's pages of these dogs. Pages. You see what I'm saying?
That's back in our time. I'm trying to tell him, man, that shit wasn't all that.
I think the man is you take the right dog and you put him on the right dog. And that's how you got a lot of your answers. You know, you can have a good dog, and that good dog could be better than anything around here. Anybody in that area, you ain't got the dog better than this dog, but it takes him to go out there and win and beat y'all ass for y'all to realize he's the best dog in y'all area at that weight. That's all it is. You don't have to go outside your circle. But if you're in the fast lane, and a lot of guys just don't get that fast lane part of when I'm talking about it, is because the fast lane that I ran with, these were guys who literally looked for the baddest dog out there to go into their shit. They wasn't afraid to lose with their best shit. And that's what it boiled down to, taking the best of the best and see who got the best. You know, and you had those kind of kennels out there, you had those kind of dogs out there. This is why a lot of these matches took place. You know, you can easily become a champion. I've always said that. All you need to do is win 3 matches. 3 matches against who? It really doesn't matter. Not to me. When you have a man that has to go through the same things that I have to go through while putting a dog in shape, doing the same things that I'm doing, you know, how do you know his dog, he don't have the caliber that you got? How you know that he ain't searching for fast lane trying to come and get you and knock you off? You know? And maybe you can have the best dog in your area for that dog at that weight and win 3 very easily, never putting your dog to his true test. But once you stick him out there, you go looking for number 4 and you done ran out of dogs in your own area, guess what happens? They're going to hear about your shit. Somebody come looking, either you're a retirement as a champion or you'll take that final jump. You know, either take him all the way on in there for grand champion and go into some real hunters that's trying to seep you out. Because that's usually what they're trying to do out there is try to find you. That's how Kunta and RASCAL got hooked. That's how a lot of these great champions got hooked. You know what I'm saying? They went looking for competition. You know, you can go in there blind all the time. But if you're looking for competition, then you're being very... When you're looking for competition, it's being very selective on the competition that you want to go into. You know, you hear these guys talking about, I got a 2-time winner, I ain't trying to do nothing but a champion or a grand champion for number 3. He sounds like somebody who's trying to pick his fight. Well, he sure is. And his stipulation's a little stronger and higher than, you know, some of you guys out there, you be wondering, I don't know if I want to fuck with him. He's looking for some heat. But that's how a lot of these guys was back then. You know, the word competition was way beyond, you know, them thinking they just had a good dog. They was thinking on a whole nother level. The competition is, you know, bring the best dogs you believe that you can win with. And I got this dog over here that I believe I can win with, and let's put them together. Because I think anybody can get hooked. You know what I'm saying? You don't know who's going to win. But if you got somebody that's, you know, green in the game and got a yard full of dogs that's trying to get his feet wet, you know what I'm saying? And he's going to be making his type of mistakes. A lot of champions made their champions just based on not having the quality or the caliber of dogs. Probably had good dogs, probably had good match dogs, but not that quality and level of the fast lane dogs that maintain that high level of fast lane, who was literally out looking for the best. That's how some of these would have been great dogs lost. RASCAL would have been a great dog if he hadn't been running around out there in the fast lane and became a Kunta target. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's a couple of those kind of matches out there that it happens. you know, where you have these great dogs, you know what I'm saying, and then you try to make them invincible dogs. What you're doing more the dog's thinking instead of the dog, and this is when you run into those situations where you're gonna have a bad night, and that's all still part of history. You know what I'm saying? It's all still part of history. But that's what makes it all work. You know, and my thing is pay closer attention to the pedigrees. You know, guys are doing a lot of trying to sell dogs today because there's not a lot of guys that's matching dogs. So you're dealing with a small pool trying to find the next Bully Son or Eli because you're already getting watered down shit. And you're getting with very little reference to it. So you have to go back into your genetics and look at what you have that's working. And you're going to see a whole lot of different names, different people. You better start paying attention to those people because it's not the shit that's behind them that you need to be concerned about. It's the shit that these people got from the people behind them. You know, is this a pedigree for sale? Or is this a dog for sale? If you're looking for a pedigree for sale, then I'm pretty sure y'all can probably get some real decent pedigrees. And that's what everybody's breeding for right now. But if you want a dog that's for sale, down the pedigree, 9 times out of 10, if you get the dog and the dog work out, you know what I'm saying, then you look at the pedigree. It might look almost like the dogs that you was talking about, the ones that were just selling dogs. It might look like them. But it ain't going to be the same thing as them because what made your shit different? You were trying to buy the dog and they were just trying to buy a dog with good papers. You know what I'm saying? That's the trick. That's the key. You got to know what works. You got to see what works. You got to feel what works. And you have to see that there is a combination of it working. A lot of you guys that want to waste your time trying to be a mad scientist to reproduce the band dog or this line of shit, then, you know, all that comes with trial and error. Trial and error will set you back many years, and most of the time, 90% of you won't get nowhere. 90% of you won't make it. Y'all will spend time spending money and feeding a bunch of shit that's never going to take you nowhere. And the reason why y'all can say that, because look at the game today. Show me one piece of shit that then made it out of the past. Show me one piece of shit, ass dog, that has made it into the future that's worthy of anything. Just one pedigree. Just one. Show me. It won't be there because there's no longevity to shit. You can have longevity for selling dogs because all you have to do is keep making the dog's papers look pretty and don't really care nothing about the dog. As long as the paper look good, that's all you concerned about. Fuck them dogs. I'm selling my shit anyway. Chico Lopez move. Give you a good pedigree, a good sales pitch. And I ain't thinking about that damn dog. I'm thinking about the papers, and this is what's costing you. The fact that I got papers on this dog like this make you slobber at the mouth, you want it so bad. Dog ain't worth a shit. Never will be. That's why you can go down through here. You can go down through here and with all the dogs that Chico Lopez and sold and talk shit about this and that, not taking nothing away from Chico. I'm just saying he made a big enough fuss, but where is his shit at? I'm pretty sure I've had a big effect on some of the shenanigans that he was doing, because he stopped doing them, because it was, once it get out there, it spreads like a forest fire. You know, it kind of hurt him. But you know, when you point out certain things that was going on, you know, you had those who wanted to defend him, but how much defending can you do when you seeing the man getting caught red-handed lying to y'all? You know, the story don't sound good when you got somebody jumping in talking about that's all it is, a story. It ain't no true facts of that shit. Go back and look for yourself, and you'll notice what I was saying was all along true. He's selling all these dogs of y'all based on the story that he got coming from overseas back over here. Ain't none of that shit winning over here. And from that point on, you have not really heard much from Chico. Not taking nothing away from what he did. I'm just telling you, what did he do? We're still working on that part. Buy dogs. So when you're buying dogs for paper purposes, that's what you're going to get. A paper. And no guarantees on that dog. Because he's not selling your dog. He's selling you the paper. That's what you like. That's what you wanted. That's what you was looking for. Because the first thing I want to see is the paperwork. That's the difference. You know, got to make your decisions. And you got to make your decisions with little references now. You have little to none. Everything, we can't depend on nothing in the Jeep line. We can't depend on nothing in the Mayday line. We can't depend on nothing in the Red Boy, Jeep, Red Rascal, Bully Sun. We can't depend on none of that shit right now. Because you have no reference to build from. Lord knows what the hell y'all going to be building for if it continues at the rate that it's going, because the more and more they make these busts, the more and more and the deeper the underground is going to become more secretive. And y'all do not want it to become so secretive that there's no access to none of the great shit that's being built out there through this survival period of time. Because they're, you know, like I said, it's going to be there regardless. They can keep on working on it. They can keep on trying to chop it down. But I can guarantee you, if there's somebody out there trying to do it with all the risk at hand, you know what I'm saying? And it don't take but enough of them or a few of them to be out there successfully doing that, then you best believe there's dogs out there who can carry the future based on their performance. If they can survive the time and the chances and the choices. It'll be a totally different name than the Red Boy, the Jeep, the Rascal, and all these dogs that we just went down there 40 years. 40 years. Imagine when I bred Dusty to the Rascal dog, that was in 87. 87, 88, when I made that move. Wasn't even in the 90s. I'm pretty sure it was like, yeah, because I moved. Right. But remember, I was I married to Tammy then? Yeah, sure was. That's right. Yep. Yep, that's right. Yep, that was in the 80s. Yep, around 87, 88. Now, and that was, Rascal was an old dead dog by then. Rascal was. So, you know, even back then, so if Rascal was dead, how did they breed Bully's son to Tornado? Come on now. I always said that was one of no. Because I was with the owner who had Rascal when he died. Rascal died on his yard. The dog I was breeding to, was on his yard. That's how he gave me those pictures of Rascal. But even back then, what we was trying to do was trying to breed back into the Rascal stuff, because remember, I'm still learning it, but it's what Pope taught me. It drove me up to breed to that Rascal dog because of Shirley. My dog was right off of Shirley too. You know, little Bosco was right off of Shirley too. Both dogs was off of Shirley too. The one that I took and bred to, I made her a winner. Little Bosco, he didn't make the cut. He just didn't make the cut. But believe me, my bitch that I bred to the Rascal stuff made the cut. You know, unfortunate that she died. Unfortunate that the two females that I had that I gave to somebody, you know, Pope being one of them, they could be some shit down there that, you know, that produce some great stuff. But I gave him the Pope, and no telling what he did with him. And the other things out there, Mike.
According to Chico Lopez, big shout out to my man Tony Montana. Tony said, according to Chico Lopez, his dog Anthos dodged bullets and grenades while inside a house in Ukraine.
He's right, though. He come up with some good stories. He definitely come up with some good stories. You know, we still ain't figured out if he's even real or not. Now, I've heard that he's not the one that made Anthros a grand champion either. So, you know, if he's not the one who did it, somebody knows something. If I'm right there with Tony, what's his name? Tony Montana? Yeah, Tony, maybe you can help me with that one. They say Andro, he was a grand champion. Anthros, yeah, he was a grand champion. My question is, did Chico make him the grand champion? Because I heard somebody who actually had the dog say that they the ones made him a champion.
Mad Doctor say, twin, did you care about papers?
No, not until. Man, I can show y'all some stacks of paper. Man, when they hit my house, they took everything. And it was someday, if it's anywhere down in the warehouse of Hillsborough County, the paperwork that they took out of my house, and I was able to get that paperwork back. If I could go to Mrs. Green over there, you know, over there at the APBT and told her to run off every paper that's still in my name, that the dogs that I had, and just that paper, prepare whatever it cost. Y'all would be surprised on the dogs that we've had. We definitely had these dogs. I mean, APBT registered. All of them was APBT registered. And I can tell you this much. Them papers didn't mean shit if that dog wasn't shit. The papers that have no meaning to me if the dog can't match the papers. I figure if the paper's gonna be great, it's because of the dog. Let's make the dog great. That's what's gonna make the papers great. That's the key. We wouldn't even be talking about Champion the Brat if Champion the Brat wasn't just old the Brat. It wouldn't be an issue about her being made his first champion if she was just the Brat. But because she became a champion, now we go look at her pedigree. Now we see there's Mayday there. Now we can say she was one of the first champions. She was made his first champion before he made on that tremendous run of great dogs. But it wouldn't even have mattered if she hadn't been champion the brat. If it had been just the brat, it wouldn't have mattered if she was off of Mayday or not. She had to be champion the brat for it to matter. The only thing that really made Blue Brat up, her and Luke Kane, was the fact that the dogs started falling in behind them. There was dogs coming in behind them. There was Mayday this, Mayday that. Now you getting this thing on. We heard about this Mayday shit with the boys had that champion the brat shit. Yeah, that she was off of Mayday. STP got Luke Kane. Come on, Luke Kane. STP, if they don't know who Luke Kane is, they knew who STP was. They knew who STP was. Luke Kane got famous in STP's hand. Couldn't have gotten that famous through Deep South if Deep South had have kept him. I don't think he'd have never been as big as being over there with STP. Because Twisted did never make it to be as great as motherfucking Luke Kane. What? Luke Kane was up there with STP. But Twisted produced some great ass dogs. Some great dogs and some great matches. Damn near, I would have to say better than Luke Kane. But it depends on where they're at. Deep South wasn't worried about papers. They barely wanted to take the papers I gave them. Never had been a paper thing. But to me, I like papers when the dog make the papers, because that gives me something to work from when I'm building my yard. If I got something to work, I need to know. I need to figure out what is it that I can add to it, or what is it you got it doing what it's doing. I need to figure this out so I can move forward. Because I keep trying to explain this to y'all, and all these great dogs that we keep pulling up these pedigrees, we're still looking at great bred dogs. I mean, we didn't went into Eli, we didn't went into Bully Son, we didn't depth into Art, we didn't depth into Eli 3, we didn't depth into Cowboy. We still keep seeing good bred shit. The only reason we looking because of these dogs was great. So if this is what we looking at, is because this dog is great. Now we gonna look in his papers. Now when we look at these papers, then we go to analyzing what made it work.
Then you get in there and see how much shit didn't work.
And then you go in. The reason why you don't work, because all the shit don't work anyway. 90% of the time, none of this shit work. I can guarantee you that. You can go out here and build a goddamn yard. You got 100 dogs on the yard. Guess what? Out of that 100, you might have 10 champions. That means the other 90 of them motherfuckers is you just feed. You ain't doing nothing but feed. They all bred the same, all off the same shit. But why only 10 of these motherfuckers worth a damn when it comes to performance and what made the yard great? 10 dogs. I can go right back through hardcore and start counting out dogs. Start counting. I can go to Stone City and start counting out dogs. Pointing them out. I can go to Gaston and start pointing out dogs. And I can guarantee you with all the great shit that I pulled out of them, it ain't going to be as much as that shit that they was out there feeding. Going to be a whole lot more of that shit on their yard that wasn't shit, but they was feeding. That's why papers don't matter. Because what the fucking papers mean if your dog ain't shit anyway. You're going to be feeding it every little you have. Unless you get something out of that shit, you just nothing but doing what they was doing. Feeding it till it came to age to see if it could do something. It don't take but one in a litter to make the litter great. If anybody buy it, if I got the brat and I'm selling her sisters, I ain't going to have no problem selling her sister. I ain't gonna have no problem with her sister having a bunch of damn puppies. They be running around here like Dolly and Polly. everybody jumped on Dolly's wagon and gave Polly a different name, and Polly came in there doing the same thing until they figured out that Polly and Dolly were littermates, because guess what? Dolly wasn't the only one producing. Polly was too, but they didn't call her Polly. They called her something else. And that's where Twisted in them come from. So now you got two littermate sisters, both of them throwing some dogs, but one of them's living a lie, and the other was living by the truth and came up way more famous than the motherfucking other sister. You know what I'm saying? Because those papers mattered. But the dogs, where it didn't matter, they wouldn't even be talking about Polly if it wasn't for what she was producing. You go find Polly and Hunch, May, Twisted, all that shit. And the shit that came down by way of those dogs after the fact. So papers is never nothing but shit you can wipe your ass with if the dog don't be shit. You know, when you realize that you feeding trash, you know what I'm saying, you take them same papers looking like they top of the notch producing papers, and just go ahead and ball it up. You know, I like to fold my toilet paper when I use it. I just don't squish it and wipe. I fold my shit all up neat so I can fold it a couple of times. That's how much these papers mean. Because without the dog, there ain't nothing but some shit. Half your yard, I would say 90% of your yard, you will always be feeding shit. It's just the way it go. You're going to have more trash on the yard than have greatness.
Take it back to the goddamn Eli Jr. and Booty Side. All that goddamn tweeting, that shit wasn't shit, man.
Man, we had a bunch of Eli dogs up in Ohio, man, especially up in Akron. Pope had all them dogs up there. Yeah, Hatchet, Ratchet. I mean, there's a whole line of dogs up there. There was some great ass dogs. And keep in mind, y'all remember Shirley was up in Ohio. Long before there was a blackjack, Shirley had puppies out there. And you know, you hear Pope talking many shit about them puppies. But the same dude that produced those dogs, Pope, and the same dude that produced Hatchet and Ratchet and all those dogs, that turned around there and knocked off them Shirley dogs. But didn't knock off Dusty. You know what I'm saying? Dusty didn't beat the clock. Crybaby either. Crybaby was a killer. You know, off of Shirley. I don't see nothing. There wasn't no bitches around that was gonna knock her off. But them Ratchet dogs, you know, Joe Red, he was off of Shirley. He lost. He quit in a row. His brother Bandit, he lost, but he lost a long, good match. You know, so in that whole litter, all three of the dogs lost. Dusty, Bandit, and Joe Red. You see what I'm saying? That's all three, but all those dogs was still off of Shirley too. Bring bread back into some rascal shit. You know what I'm saying? When we bred ours back in, we went closer to the pot. We didn't go reaching all around, you know. You know, Joe Red was a dog bred back into Bart. Bart was a good dog. But the dog I bred, Dusty 2, was better bred and prepared to be bred compared to Bart. Bart through fighting dogs. That is no lie. We could match all three of these dogs, and probably was another one out there too. But we can match these dogs. But they weren't dogs that would put you in the fast lane. We're living around in a city that's full of fast lane dog men, and we didn't have that level yet. We tapped into that level, but those dogs wasn't of that level. That's why they lost. Anything else? What?
Twins, another one, competition Midwest or the Carolinas or Deep South, the toughest.
I'm gonna be honest with you. The toughest matches is up north. Cause they more bolder and they're going to great dogs. The north is what I give the north over the south is we come to the south to get our dogs to beat the best in the north. So south, stop whining. It's always been that way. Most great dogs up in the north come from the south. It's just that y'all don't do what we do with y'all great shit that we do with your great shit. We make the South's great shit great because what we do with y'all shit. We take your shit and we go out there. If it's good enough to win in the highest caliber in the world, we're going to put the shit to the test and we're going to find out. So dogs that was making the grade up north was becoming a lot more famous than the South dogs. Even though these dogs was coming from the South, is because they had the best competitive matches. That's all. Every once in a while, you would catch those. Like it was smart for Crossroad to go in the Barracuda with his champion Fatty dog, and you got champion Barracuda. It was wise for him to do that. But on the other end, it wasn't. One, because you're selling dogs. You're advertising dogs. And you got Fatty over here. You know, definitely a David Tat dog. And then you got Barracuda lurking in your weight class over there. You see what I'm saying? Why would you want to take the chance? Well, because you got David Tant probably from the South. Then you got Victor down there in Miami. You know, shit ain't working out very well. But you're selling David Tant dogs. In order for you to be competitive selling these David Tant dogs, you have to address this Mayday shit. And you did it by taking your champion and going into Barracuda. Which was smart to do. Good power move. But see, those kind of moves right there, we do that up north all the time. That's what we're looking for up north. You know, it was wise for that to happen, even though Fatty lost to Barracuda. It didn't take nothing away from Fatty. It didn't take nothing away from Fatty losing to Barracuda. Because Barracuda went on to win 9. With Fatty in that number of matches. At that 9, Fatty's always going to be on that dog's record. But that's okay. That gives Fatty clout the fact that he lost to Barracuda. Doesn't change the fact that he was the caliber of dog that, you know, at least he tried. See, Joey, he knocked off Grim Reaper's Waldo. That was a champion when Waldo could have sat on his ass and never tried to fuck with Joey. Flash beat Doogie. They could have sat on Doogie Dog of the Year and never left Doogie Dog of the Year. They never had to touch Doogie, but no. Compete is the name of the game. Not your papers. Not even the fucking dog. The word compete comes before all that. I need a dog to compete. What makes a dog able to compete? The dog, for one, needs a good pedigree of competitors. And if my choices and my chances of creating a great dog is 10 out of 100, that's what I'm saying. 10% of everything I'm going to be doing may work. The other 90% going to be shit. I got to go in there with that mind frame that 90% of this shit I'm feeding I ain't going to do shit with. But that 10%, if it can't put me up in the echelon of greatness, it's just as bad as the other 90% of dogs I'm feeding. Because I don't have the competition. Out of the 10% that I'm getting, they're not even competitive enough to compete in this damn game that I'm trying to compete in. I can't compete in the game with what I got. In the 10% of shit that I'm up there taking out. So I'm already fucked up. Even with my best shit, I can't compete. So that means there's a whole 100% of trash that I'm fucking with that I'll never be able to compete with. Give a damn about how they bred, because what that fuck mean when I'm still dealing with 100% of trash? I cannot compete with nothing that's coming off of this yard. I want to be able to go and challenge me a champion. I want to go into me a couple 1 or 2 time winners in my career. Why do you want to do that to me? Because I'm competing. If my dogs can go through all that shit and still win, that tells you what kind of shit I'm coming with. It identifies the type of kennel that I am. Came in thinking and acting like that. And you can, but so much of this you can do. You got to do so much of this to promote, but at the same time, you got to shut your mouth and get to work. And then when it comes down to comp time, now it's time to compete. You got to go in there and show your hand. I mean, again, it doesn't matter who's standing over there. It really don't matter. Because if you continue trying to compete, then it shouldn't care about who's over there. As long as somebody saying, when that referee say release the dog, you got 2 dogs cracking heads. Because prior to that night right there, don't need the dog know each other, don't need the dog know how to predict the future. Whether it's a top-ranked competitive dog or just a guy who's looking for an opportunity to knock off a top-ranked competitive dog. It can be either one, you just don't know. Now, when you start picking dogs instead of taking weights, now you're picking. I want my champion to go into your champion. I got a 4-time winner going for a grand championship. You got a 5-time winner. You're trying to go 6 in Miami, trying to do a tornado run. Bring it on. Is there one more champion you can add to his beat-up list? Because a lot of these great grand champions were knocking off champions before they became grand champions. Mayday knocked off 2, I know that for sure. You know, a lot of them. You know, and that's what we call competing. We just wasn't just doing dogs. You know, these kennels were competing. And because they were able to compete is because they have such a following. You got people from Akron betting with the Abrahams. You got Detroit guys betting on Satan. You got it's like a camaraderie. Everybody, this is how we all kept showing up, betting on each other's dogs. House was full when Doogie went down. And everybody up north was betting against Doogie. He dog of the year. That's Big Mike from Hardcore. Shit. They ain't gonna beat that dog, but guess what? You went to the right place where it didn't matter. You went to the perfect place that didn't nobody holler Doogie's name. You know what I'm saying? And there wasn't no quiet mouth in the house either when Doogie walked through the door. See, them are areas of competition that I'm speaking on, you know what I'm saying, that a lot of guys who had these champions have never even seen such a level. Not taking nothing away from their championships. If they won 3, regardless of how you won them, you're a champion. The thing is, do you know how to leave it like that? Or if you got a competing heart like me, you would be ready to find something, you know what I'm saying, that's on a level that I want to beat him. I can beat him though. I can beat him, though. I didn't beat these other three. He made it look easy. But if I can beat them, that'll show some solidifying facts that I got one. Guess what? If you're a real true competitor, you'll go after it. You're going to go after it. That competition in you going to be like, I dare anybody to call me out. But if you ain't show, if you one of them that's been lucky and just got a good old dog, and you seem to know that, then you know when that fast lane finally sniff you out, because they do sniff you out. You cannot be running around hollering you got a badass dog, and the first time you get a knock on the door, your dog is retired. But you can't never bring him back out, because the person you turned down gonna always be standing there in the back of that motherfucking room screaming out, "He didn't go into me. He ain't beat me. He ran for me." There's gonna always be that sprinkling of salt that you duck that motherfucker. Sometimes it's just better to take the chance of losing and win for effort. Lost the match, but you won for effort even trying. Remember, it took 10 people to make double grand champion on Tornado. It took 8 people to make Queen of Hearts great. But there's always somebody out there that can think they can beat her. And every one of them guys that on that 10 on Tornado and that 8 on motherfucking Queen of Hearts, every one of these guys was competitive. Dog, man. On that fact alone, they're going into these dogs regardless. I mean, they still had to go to keeps. They still had to go put up the money. They still had to do this. They still had to do that. They was competing against dogs that they likely was going to lose. But did it matter? If it mattered, it wouldn't have a double grand champion Tornado. If it mattered, you wouldn't have 8-time winner motherfucking Queen of Hearts. Competition means everything. Oh, you got a law. You can go in there with our Red Ruby with her 7 wins, looking and lurking around. You know what I'm saying? Where you just got them killers that just, you pick up a name by just beating dogs up. Somebody is not going to believe that shit and think they got one for your ass. Because guess what? As long as you got that door open that door and let them in. Because that's what it's really about. Fat Bill had a fucking grand champion. She was 7-time winner. When she went into Mayman wasn't but a 2-time winner when she beat Fat Bill. She made champion on Chi-Chi. Bullet beat Hilfiger, and Bullet was a 2-time winner. Hilfiger, I think, was a 6-time winner or something like that. He was a champion, but, Bill had a 7-time winner, 6-time winner. They was all multi-winners. But the competition, those 2 dogs went into those multi-winners, were number 2-time winners. Both of them. Bullet and Mayman. So that's what competing does. Fat Bill didn't have nothing to worry about with his 7- and 6-time winner. Shit, the worry would have been on May and Bullet. To be honest, shit, they going for their championship. But guess what? We all, if you're still behind May, then you know why we wanted May and Chi-Chi. If you're still behind Bullet, then you know why we was betting on Bullet. Regardless of what they was bringing. Because we come from an area where we compete. And it's all about the competing. So regardless of how many wins, you know what I'm saying? We ain't scared. That's why those things like that, they happen. And they come together. And it goes down. 9-time winner Robert T. went into Duke. Duke was a grand champion, and Robert T. was a 9-time winner. So that 5-time winner went to that 9-time winner with no problem when it comes to competition. Like I said, Satan went through 5 highly ranked kennels. 5 highly ranked kennels in 5 different states, to be exact. looking for competition. See, there's a part of the game that existed in the New Jack era that was basically built on competition. Not saying that all great matches came together, because, like I said, 9 Milli and Pandy didn't come together. But yet, 9 Milli made her grand championship, and she made Dog of the Year without having to go into Pandy. And Pandy got retired a full-time winner. It was open to the world. That in itself should have brought some type of Dog of the Year to me. Even if it was a year after or before 9 Milli, Pandy should have got Dog of the Year on the simple fact that 9 Milli didn't want no Pandy. And I don't believe 9 Milli could have ever beat Pandy. I don't give a damn what y'all think or feel. I just don't see 9 Milli beating Pandy. Not when I'm sitting there looking at both dogs. No. Not taking nothing away from 9 Milli, you're going to have to kill her. But then guess what? That was one fight that she would have got killed. Because you weren't going to stop 9 Milli. I'm going to tell you that now. Her fifth match was a long marathoner. She had a lot of shit against her. She didn't have no teeth. You know, she worked on her gums could bite you down. But she didn't have the teeth to really do the damage. And that type of shit right there, she would have needed everything to fuck with Pandy. She would have needed everything she didn't have in her fifth match. But that's why that match turned into a marathon, and it turned out to be a good-ass match. And she definitely earned her grand championship, because she definitely beat a good dog. But if I'd have bought Pandy in there, Pandy would have did both of them like Queen of Hearts did Pepper. Not taking nothing away from the two dogs, but they ain't them dogs. They handle a bitch like her. They would have never been able to stop her. They would have never been able to slow her down. And she would have just broken to pieces, because she was just that type of dog. That's all. Not taking nothing away from either dog. 9 Milli, or the dog that 9 Milli beat for her Dog of the Year and her grand championship. They were both good dogs. But I don't think either one of those dogs was on the caliber of Pandy, period. Mm-hmm. Any more questions, people? But even when you look at their pedigrees, y'all, and these are dogs that I'm actually talking about. If you was to really go back, and we was to go back and analyze these pedigrees, if you was to go back and grab the journals and look at some of the losers in these pedigrees and how these dogs was bred, if you go back in some of these old journals and look at the dogs that they were selling, and go find some of them dogs on Pairs Online and see if they produced anything. Go check some of them litter mates to some of these great breedings and go through their line, and go through some of these great champions and shit, and go back down to their line and see if they produce shit. That's what you need to do. When they start talking about looking for papers and this and that, go look in the historical handbook or Pairs Online and try to find background on the shit that you're feeding. And you will realize, hey, he was a champion, but 4 years later, he ain't produced shit yet. And I got a son out this motherfucker. He going on 2. I'm getting nervous. His oldest dogs is 4 and 5, and we ain't got nothing coming off of this motherfucker. And I got one of the younger litters. I'm looking at this litter like, oh, sure, hope that I'm going to make damn sure. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it ends up like.
Big shout out to my boys, Mad Doctor, and Consummate Cal TV, Slick City, Hoorah, Westside Hoorah, McNasty, True Colors.
Okay, I heard Slick City. I know about them. That's Detroit. You're right.
Original Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, all them Detroit boys. That's the Michigan boys. Saginaw, Flint. Them was headhunters right there, boy. I can't say too much about the Kalamazoo boys. Y'all had Storm and Norman up there. But yeah, every one of them names, that's right. You got Armin, you got Suburbanite Paul, you got Noonie, you got Big Ralph. Come on now. Come on, baby. Come on. West Side hoorah, yeah, come on.
They just say them.
Okay, you okay? I know you riding with me now. You got my boy True Colors. You know what's up, baby. You know what's up. That's right,
And
man.
of course, the Abraham.
You know, that's Slick City. Them boys, look, Frank Bunsen Company, don't work. What about them? SWAT team? Huh? Them boys, these boys that come through there. These was Kennels you don't want to run into their shit. See, they was perfect matches for each other because they was all on a very high level. That's why when they went in each other, it was some good shit. Everybody else, you know, we piling up in their pocket. We trying to get everything in the house. We don't care who these coming in tops. We ain't looking for these boys to lose. These dudes match dogs. These dudes match dogs. They don't have a bad record on losing. They have a great record on winning. Every one of them Kennels he just rattled off. Only time you gonna find them losing when they go into each other. Anybody outside that circle, you gonna come in there and get swapped. Better check them. Better check everything I'm saying with whoever that is on the internet talking and just ratting them off with me. He'll tell you the same thing I just said.
Mad Doctor and Coastman Cal TV.
He'll tell you the same thing. Only time they gonna lose is when they crash into each other. You know, they try to stay away from that fact and try to bring people in to the bunch so we can all eat. But sometimes it comes down to them going into each other, you know. It's an up for grab, but guess what? That's when the money's slinging everywhere. Everybody's betting. Don't know who we gonna see win. Because it's that high of a level. Look at True Colors sitting in the same backyard as the Abraham and McNasty and all these other groups. And yet he stayed active. Westside Hoorah, they stayed active. Really Little Bonnie Hunters, they stayed active. These dudes is just, McNasty, they active, but guess what? They have to get outside of their own zone. That's what made them deadly, because there's not enough good shit around here to give them what they want. They don't want to keep going into their shit. They want to go into other people's shit that they claim great, because Detroit was definitely the mecca of trying to beat some great dog men. Big Mike went up there with Doogie and lost the Ram. You know, that's like going into the danger zone. Windy City knew it was not an easy place to win. That's why he kept feeding them dogs. He knew if he can get his dogs to win down there in Detroit, he can get his dogs to win and become famous where he can keep selling dogs. Yes, sir. That's what it's about. Nasty and Mr. T and SWAT team, and I mean, they go other places, man. It's because of the competition. Akron, we were just babies. By the time we made it up to Detroit, we had the right kind of shit to go in Detroit and start winning with. We couldn't take out the whole Detroit. There was no way. We didn't have enough dogs to do no shit like that, but we got enough to get in there and get our wins. We got some wins in. You know, shit, I watched the Boyles dogs take a hell of a hit when Detroit brought in them Red Boy dogs, them Yellow John dogs. They weren't called Yellow John back then, they were called Red Boy. And all that Detroit shit, they had all that Boyles shit up there. And I ain't talking about Queen either. I'm talking about that Boyles shit. You know, why you think they went looking for a Boyles dog to Abraham's? Okay, I'm talking about the Boyles dogs that was up moon running around up north back then. Some of them champions literally came out of the north. Most of the Boyles champions did. You know, they just started losing. They were losing the Red Boy dogs, Yellow John dogs. It was beating them Yellow John dogs. I mean, Yellow John dogs was beating they shit. Eli shit. You know what I'm saying? Pennsylvania, didn't want to go fuck around Pennsylvania too much, and Ohio was definitely a death zone. But that was when they had control. Like the Adams and and Kenny Gaines, and you know what I mean. These guys they controlled the game. Benson and Glover, you know, they controlled that with them Zebos and all that shit. But look here, when it came down to that New Jack air coming through there, oh, we would have cleaned it. We started the Kingfish shit. What happened to it? That Grand Champion R shit, what happened to it? The Bully Son shit, really, what happened to it? The bullshit, what happened to it? At some point, they all start taking hits, and if you cannot maintain it, there's always going to be a regrowth and a new master. You know, Stone City got over many years with their wins. Hardcore did a lot of great things. David Tant did a lot of great things, but in the end, can you maintain it? Ain't nobody maintaining shit that came off of Earl Tudor's yard. Ain't nobody ain't nobody making anything Floyd Boudreaux had. Anything. A contender in today's game. Not coming out of that line of yard of dogs. No. There's not. You give me one line of dogs. One line of dogs. They can step up and say that. There's no more dominating Mayday dogs. There's no more dominating Red Boy Jeep dogs. Dominating. There's not a dominating line of dogs out there. Not a dominating line. Now you go over there to Mexico and start looking into some of that Black Rock shit. I would have to say you'll find it not over here, but you got some shit over there. Why? Because they're more active. They're seeing more lines of dogs or these certain caliber of dogs that they're using compared to what we're doing, which we're barely doing anything anyway, and regardless of what's going on in the dark, it's so far in the dark that you don't even know how to get to the steps to get down there. So you've totally been cut off. So the lack of information for those who ain't down there, you have none. So you don't even know what line of dogs is worthy of doing any fucking thing that matters to the performance of the American Pit Bull dog. And that's the truth. So why everybody wanting to be Earl Tudor or Floyd Boudreaux or Maurice Carver, you know what I'm saying? Or Pat Patrick or any of those of the above. There was other kennels that took over their positions after them. And then what happened to them? They didn't have nobody to pick up where they left off. They only had a few. And what happened to them? It's gotten all the way down to now it's just a bunch of shit being mixed together now. And those who can figure it out, you're getting it. But where is all the great at? There's, again, I can put the percentage on maybe a approximate guess based on the time in the decline. You don't go in 1998 and have over 1,776 matches in 1 year. In 1 year. Maintaining that much activity, you're going to get some great shit out of there. But how about knocking that 1,700 down and maybe, you maybe be able to report maybe 300 matches a year? That's still a good book. You might have a better chance of maybe something growing up out of that mass of dogs, them 300 matches. But until that number increases, your numbers of greatness is going to be very low. you're not gonna have much of a future to carry on to because you don't have nothing much of a greatness to play off of. There is no more Mayday shit. There is no more tab this. There is no more, they go in with the Corrado dogs. We got these new names, LT Trey and these kind of names, the more Gardner shit. You know what I'm saying? Knowing the percentages of these numbers is shitty. So let's not even talk about the papers. If you know the numbers of these dogs here that's got good papers, their numbers is shitty. Just throw the papers out the window anyway and start concentrating on the dogs. Because they're all selling dogs any damn way. And like I said, the numbers, when you took down them big numbers, you took down the greatness of the game moving forward on any type of greatness that will come up out of a bunch of dogs being matched. You got a bunch of dogs being matched, that means competition's high, everybody getting on. And only the strong survive, only the strong make it out of that dust. And out of that dust, you're going to have some dogs that's going to produce, some dogs to get out there and compete. As long as you got dogs out there competing, you're going to have winners and you're going to have losers. It's always just competitors that can win are always the dogs that's going to make history. Without that, you don't have nothing.
I mean, the winners got to be something. That's why I said the losers is just as important as the winners because you want to see what the hell doing all the damn losing.
Right, you want to see who them losers is. You're going to see all great lions got dogs again got their ass kicked. I mean, great dogs didn't got their ass kicked. Oh my God, I can't believe. Yeah, but there's always that when you matching dogs. Shit, a first time out dog went in there. I mean, we went in there and went into a 4-time winner. And just imagine if that night how it went my way. First time out dog being a 4-time winner like Tommy Boy. Come on now. I was trying to jump the line. I was trying to jump up on that one. Shit, and had an opportunity to do it because I had the right dog to do it with. You got people out there that think like that, and they definitely don't mind going out there testing their motherfucking theory. Just like we didn't. We didn't mind testing our theory. Anybody foolish enough, you pay attention. Best believe they knew twin and them was with them hard biting back end dogs. They'll believe that. And definitely respected them.
Oh, we got to that point now.
Because, we didn't had to tell Mike, we didn't told Jess, we didn't told all them. We know we using y'all shit, but shit, y'all ever doubt us, damn it, we're going to y'all shit. Fuck a roll. Match that shit where it counts. You ever doubt me, you can always go into me. I won't never go into you because I don't do that. But if you ever call me out, I'm coming at your ass. I definitely oblige you. I just got too much respect for you to do it to you. But if you ain't got enough respect to do it to me, I invite you to try me because I will go into any big kennel out there. I didn't give a damn. Ain't care. As long as you calling me out. Me, you found me, I ain't fucking with you. If you want me, hey, we found me. You asked for it, I'll bring it. Which one you want? You know what I'm saying? But, that's just how that go. I mean, I'm always had the utmost respect for those who opened the door for me. And those who understood that, they wouldn't fuck with that either, They wouldn't. But I always thought there would be some good ones if they tried. They got real close with George. George was off of May 2, bred to a Satan bitch. He went in and got best in show on let me see, who was the referee? Big Mike was the referee, right? And we went to Latin Forest. Was that Latin Forest? Latin Connection. Latin Forest, Latin Connection was one of them we went into. Big Mike was the referee. That old Satan May 2 dog tore his ass up. But there be situations like that, when we competing. Same thing with another son off of May 2. No, it wasn't off of May 2, it was off of May 2's daughter. Bred that Diablo stuff that made a Stone City cross. And Miss Celine thought they could get that one. Some more good competition. testing that water. I'm pretty sure if they did, I don't even believe they knew that they was gonna see us in that box with Brick. I don't know what they did. I don't know if they even knew that we was even a part of them guys. I don't know how they got that hook.
A couple times.
The only good time that I got in there with them direct was with Mr. Link, was with what's the name? With Brick. That was just them. Direct. You know, and I don't think they even knew it was us coming anyway. Not saying that they would have ducked us, but you know, shit, they knew it just came off of that one down there with the 3 hours and 17 minute match. You know, everybody took note of that one. Like, these boys is not bullshitting right now. Leave these motherfuckers alone. Niggas whooping you short and fast and long. God damn, twin. But it's because we was fucking with the right dogs. Now, we had a lot more other dogs on the yard. We was to do the math with all the great dogs that we be talking about. I can tell you what, times that by maybe 4 or 5. That's how many dogs that we was feeding. Okay, there's definitely going to be more trash stuck on the yard than what you're taking out the yard.
We had a whole album 1 time or 2 times by the time we went all the way around.
Yeah, but we still have more dogs that wasn't doing shit than they did have dogs that was winning. It's just I always fed more dogs. Trust me, I'm the one feeding the yard.
Yeah, but we got one from 80 to 40.
Again, I'm feeding more bullshit than I'm feeding great dogs. And I didn't have 41-time winners on the yard, even after all that. Do my bust down. I'm still dealing with under 10 dogs. That was good dogs. So at least 30 other dogs that wasn't shit.
I'm trying to remember the other 30.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. I know what I'm feeding.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm trying to remember the other 30.
Well, I'm telling you what the other 30 was, because I sold them. Remember, I got the dogs. It was, yeah, but that was in them dogs. Look at the good ones. What we speaking of? Sassy Girl, Brat, Twisted, the shit, Yellow Nico. You see what I'm saying? Look at the names I'm ratting off. Madame, her brothers, What a Day. Look, I'm dealing with 40 dogs and I'm up to 10, baby. I'm feeding still. What I sold on the yard was no in comparison to what the dogs that was really on the yard. There's going to always be more bullshit on the yard that I'm feeding compared to the great dogs that was amongst them. I know. Yeah, we went from 80 to 40, but shit, just the thing about the 40 that got gone. And then end up still with 30 of that. So that means out of 80 dogs, 70 of them motherfuckers weren't worth a fuck. 10 of them was. When I say it wasn't worth a fuck, I'm talking about already got accolades already presented on their names. I'm only getting myself 10 dogs to work from out of 80 damn dogs. That's how it's going to always be. You're not going to be feeding a whole goddamn 90% of your yard of killers. It just don't work like that. You want your hopes to be high, but you want to be more realistic about the situation. You're going to always have shit on the yard that's not going to be as good as the best shit you got on your yard. You give a fuck how many of them motherfuckers you feeding. You ain't going to have a whole yard full of great shit. This don't work like that. If Ricky Jones had 20 champions on his yard, Ricky Jones was feeding over 200 damn dogs. It's a fucking fact. He kept 5, 6, damn near 10 treadmills in the barn, running through dogs. You're not going to have those numbers. There's no such thing as a yard full of great-ass dogs. Hardcore had a bunch of damn dogs on the yard. But who was only 2 bitches producing? Breaker and Felony. Look at all these other bitches he had tied up out there. What the fuck was they doing? All these other males, what was they doing? He still had a yard full and on top of the ones he had in Carolina. Same with Jesse. They switching dogs between Puerto Rico and here. Bunch of damn dogs. What did they have? Really? They was feeding more shit than they was good shit. We only hear about the good shit. We only hear about the good shit. Now just imagine those out here who got that bragging shit. The only thing they can grab is papers. What happens if you can't grab those papers? Because we don't believe in your fucking papers. We don't believe in what you want to show me in your paperwork. What about them people? They might be 95% trash feeding dogs. You know what I'm saying? They don't even want to fucking know. They just ain't gonna touch nothing on their yard. We just gonna keep it all on the paper. I ain't taking no chance. The first time you get one of them to get beat up, or first time somebody come out of a place where they done got smashed in a roll or something, their whole value of their yard then went to shit. You know what I'm saying? They got too much pride in the paperwork to see their shit get beat up. They want to keep the yard looking beautiful. Yeah, go run up a tree. Yeah, go hit that goddamn treadmill. Go ahead and bark at that dog while you looking all good in your competition shit.
Big shout out to Big Brad, my boy out there, Pit Dog. What up, baby?
Who's that?
Pit Dog.
Pit Dog, what's up, baby? Simplify, man.
Pit Dog says, sound like the Gator Boys.
I'm trying to tell you, man, it was like that. Wasn't nothing safe back then. Nothing. We all of us fed a lot of trash. Victor had 1,000 dogs on his yard. Mayday, with all them breedings they did with Mayday. Come on, man. You already know some of them papers was just snatched off the wall and added to that shit. You just don't really know. I know he had Mayday Jr. either to like Mayday. I think there was one named Ice Day. He looked like Mayday, but Victor had some clones that damn near looked just like Mayday. Ain't nobody gonna tell me that Victor wasn't using them clones. No way you gonna tell me Victor wasn't using them clones. And the only reason we know that them was clones is because the numbers changed. You don't be a stud dog that's producing like this, and then when you get over there, you're barely spitting out one or two. And you're doing more selling of the name than you is getting quality of the dogs. Because if Mayday had still been producing like he was producing before he left, he'd have smashed. With Jeep wouldn't have been nowhere close. Because in his first run, the man ran off 15 down registered, damn near 15 points in the registered merit list. Right off the back, boom. Now, when you get done adding the ROMs of the dogs that he produced that became registered merit, them down some because he gets points for those too. You know, he'd have been past Jeep. Briscoe would have never caught up. I wouldn't give a fuck if he was sending his shit to Russia, Ukraine, China. It wouldn't have made a fucking difference. They would have never caught up with Mayday. Because Mayday was doing some shit that Jeep wasn't doing. And that was, Mayday was putting down killers. I mean, showing up bona fide killers. Jeep was putting down some good dogs. Jeep put a lot of fire in dogs. I think I would give Jeep the prestige of Mayday producing Jeep-like dogs. I put it like that. Mayday was producing Jeep-like dogs because Jeep can put some good dogs on the ground. Damn it, Mayday was putting some damn good dogs on the ground. I would have to say Mayday was putting down some dogs damn near better than Yellow. Literally. And that's saying a lot based on the type of dogs they was putting down. They was high caliber dogs. High caliber. And I'm talking about going in the hands like us New Jacks who was really changing the game because we was crossing lines that was drawn. Like Dixieland line connection. That in itself is an indicator that they ain't usually coming over that line. You know, just trying to put it out there the way it was. But guess what? We became the line to have to come over if you want to see what you really got. And I'm not just talking about the Dixie line either. I'm talking about a whole bunch of them was trying. Wild Side and they was trying to, Fergie, I mean, they was all trying to get their hands, in, them dogs into our hands. They, you know, they want to survive. It's wise for you to get your dogs in our hands because if they don't survive, you ain't got nothing to lose. But if they can survive, guess what? You're the talk of the world because they went in a place that's very competitive. That's why there was more dogs being given out. I mean, Ryan John was one of them perfect examples of putting his dogs out to people that he wanted to see him get out there. I mean, that was a smart thing for him to do. Tom was doing it. Wild Side was doing it. They was trying to get them dogs in them New Jack's hands so we could get them out there. They weren't trying to see people get their dogs and become them, take their best of their blood and become Wild Side. Now, Wild Side got to deal with a competitor who got dogs up in his yard. No, they don't need that. They need guys that's going to go out here and match these motherfuckers so they can keep their name where it needs to be because they sure as hell ain't doing it. They don't need nobody to go out here and sell more of their shit. They need somebody to go out there and win with their shit so they can stay on the chart of damn productive yards and they can get dogs out of that line. And without it, you ain't got shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why Tom is going to keep on reaching in his pocket, pulling out 20, 30,000, go out here and buy some of this great shit that's got Gardner's name on it so he can bring it back to his yard and it's like investing back into his own company. He can afford to do that when he's selling dogs like he's selling them. That's all. $11.55, about that time. I hope we got a good talk in tonight, fellas, on that shit. I mean, watch your papers, look at your pedigrees. It's a study game. It really is a study game.
I want to give a big shout out to my man, Mr. Ron King, coming in with a 20-piece, showing the love. Appreciate
What's up, Mr. King?
Big shout out to Mr. Ron King. Thanks again, fam.
He didn't say nothing. There's no question or nothing. He just throwing the love. Well, because you know what I'm talking about. A lot of them guys don't really see that. Still right there, Mr. King. You know what's up.
Pit Dog said, went from north to the south. Whoop Don B's ass. Pit Dog.
Tell him, Pit Dog.
He was from up north, though.
Yeah, up north. I'm trying to tell him. It's the north is the ones you want to have with your shit.
Yeah, Ron did say something. Big shout out to Mr. Ron King. He said, that was some real shit, twins.
For real. That's right. Just keeping it real with y'all. Trying to. Remember what happened when y'all come to this room? We back there in the sewer. You know, we ain't playing around here in y'all time. We gonna stay right back here where we safe at to talk about the truth. The truth of the matter. And then we'll let y'all take it home with y'all. And y'all diagnose from our time to y'all time. Y'all living in this time right here. You diagnose what you're learning over here in my time and take it home with you and tell me what's the condition of your time. You know, based on you. Not on what you're hearing, but based on you. You know what I'm saying? Come to reevaluate the shit. You know, because is it really safe to even to be trying to feed 100 dogs today? Shit. You know what I'm saying? Is it even safe to feed 20 dogs today? You know what I'm saying? And if you feeding 20, how many of that 20 worth of shit? You know, how many times I done had that some of them 20 showing up here on the chat room, flagging your puppies and shit, or flagging this great dog you got over there that's hanging from the tree shaking shit. Okay, You got to hold all 20 of your dogs doing that shit. If they're all 20, I'm doing it. Okay, and just point out the ones that ain't. I can guarantee you, we're gonna be pointing out more that ain't that is. Let's make the stipulations even stronger than that. Let's get him off that tree and inside a box. Now, what you got left? Huh? What you got left when you get in out of that box and come up out of there? How many you got left now? Did you say none? Did you say none? Okay, well, see what I'm saying? Hanging from that tree and biting back. When you get biting back, goddamn, that number gets short real quick. You know what you left at home, you know what you took from the house, and look what you're coming back with. That's what we're running into today. That's what we're running into today because you cannot live off of pedigrees, fellas. You know what I'm saying? You can't live off of pedigrees. You know, everybody's got a good breed. I'm pretty sure of that. But the game wasn't built on that. And y'all have to understand that, respect that. And leave those who believe in the truth, leave them alone. They ain't hurting your money. They ain't hurting your money. Just try not to talk to them because they know your yard better than you do. See, they don't have nothing to lose to sit there and tell you, man, I can tell you I can probably go out there in your yard, man. You probably only got one good dog and you feed him 30. And you taking that as an insult. Because you got one good dog out of 30. How you going to get mad at that man for saying that? How you know you even got that one? Shit. The fuck? You said one. You know, most of us come on that yard and say, we kill all that shit. Every damn one of them. I ain't trying to leave you nothing. And be ready to back up a truck and start working on it. Okay? But this man came in there and said, you got one dog. You can't go out there and pull him. Hey, go get your best dog. You still pulling shit. He knocking it off as he bringing it. He ain't found him yet. The fuck? That's what happened when you want to go out there and sneak around and talk all that shit. But these are the things you have to be careful of. Back in our time, you know, it was like that. We had rows of dudes was sitting out there. You taking our young dog. Our dog's 16, 17 months old. Buck Rogers and them, they was puppies. This dude wiping out everybody. Raising my hand up slow. I got one for him. He's smashing everybody. Hey, I got one. Yeah, we got one. You know what I'm saying? He did his thing. But when I bring our shit in there, guess what? All that shit quit. It don't take but one person to walk in there and have everybody thinking, if we all had dogs in here tonight and we couldn't do what he did, you see what that brother did? Did you see what that nigga that came up in here and did to that dog? Because you know what I'm saying? That's how it was. When we put our shit down, they knew. They knew. There's a total difference in this shit because our shit, we coming in destroying shit. That dog whipped everything they put on me where he was still calling for ass. I raised my hand up real so I got one. He was pretty confident until we cut him loose. 5 minutes in, he was scratching his head like, you know how you get to moving that head and that head start itching in that hat. You know what I mean? He ain't scared to look at anybody in their face because they don't want to see that look on their face. Because his shit is getting mopped. But Rogers went and chewed his ass up from the head to his feet. In 5 minutes, he was breaking him down. Couple of them come through there like that. Goddamn Yellow Day did it. You know what I mean? They were just high talented dogs. But how many of them was still at the house that we wasn't doing nothing with? See? So we can say we feed a lot of dogs that didn't serve a purpose. I'm pretty sure it's still part of the chemistry of the building of the game. But goddamn, if you ain't got nothing to run on, you know, then you got to look at all that shit like, you know, some of you guys don't want to test shit because, you know, one bad move can destroy, put a sour look on you. You know, you just, man, like Pope fought so hard for Joe Red once we stopped him with Ratchet. I mean, years later, this dude never could get over that stop because Joe Red whooped everybody. But the person he should have whooped, that he needed to whoop, that he really needed to whoop us. He really needed that win. You know, because when the story got to being told and how great Joe Red was, the one part of that whole story that he tried to ignore was the fact that he came over there and fucking with us and got stopped. He tried to get that deleted out of the storytelling part because he had all the listeners. When you got all the listeners and everybody listening, you can leave out things and nobody never know that you left something out. Until we go walking by the door and we hear you talking. And did he? What'd he say? I know he ain't talking about Joe Red, is he? Is he still talking about Joe Red? Man, did you tell him how we stopped that motherfucker in 19 minutes? Oh, Lord. Oh, shit. Oh, my God, that man went off. But it was a roll. We stopped your shit, man, in a roll, bro. You got this dog up here in motherfucking Earl Tudor Dabo status, and he quit. See? It's all on who telling the story. It just so happened I was walking by the door, and I heard him say something about a Joe Red.
He was calling Grand Champion Joe
He was calling the damn dog Grand Champion this and champion. Man, this damn dog was he could smash everybody. One thing for damn sure. That story came up real short. When it came up, this dog stopped 19 minutes in a damn roll. It wasn't really a roll, it was really an off the chain. You still quit. I don't give a damn how he quit, the reason he quit, none of that. You know, he just fact was that he quit. And that's the best thing you can talk about. That's the best thing you done had. That's the only thing you can talk about all these years later, and you trying to defend a piece of shit that quit. I should have told y'all then why we, you know what I'm saying? A good mentor to be around, but man, stay in your lane. Get out there running around with Pro, and Pro then pumped his head up. Now he's starting to sound like a clown like Pro. Like old Pro. You know what I'm saying? We had to bring his ass back down to earth. You know, you remember, I don't have to do it by myself. I got the whole city of Akron, Ohio stood up behind that shit. Got him quiet. Rest in peace, my boy James Pope. Yeah, he's a good talker. He definitely wanted to pump him up to being something that he ain't. Just thank God for Akron, Ohio, because Akron, Ohio sure came through that shit real quick. No, Twins and them ain't lying. Twins and them ain't lying on that man. That man is, y'all taking that man, y'all trying to make him something that he ain't. Y'all better get off that shit. And they was right. He can't make this man something that he ain't. All y'all living in a crossed up, mixed up world. Definitely ain't moving on the right track. So we tried to save y'all. We weren't trying to hurt him. We were trying to save y'all from him. But yeah, that's how the game works though, man. You got to be able to decipher what's real and what ain't. And the best way to do that is carry around facts. Facts. Things that can be read instead of heard. Because I don't get too many facts out of a story being told.
Okay, Mo. Let me wrap up tonight.
Okay, wrap it up.
RASCAL versus G. No comparison.
No comparison. None. Jeep had more producing power than RASCAL. That's the bottom line. But when you cross them up and mix them up together, like I always like I did point out, when you take Eli and cross it up with some Bully Son, you got good work. To the point that they was usually doing a lot of that. If you go look at a lot of RASCAL's champions, guess what they got a little bit of in them? Bully Son. You want to start talking about some RASCAL Jeep? Why y'all saying RASCAL Jeep Red Boy? RASCAL Jeep Red Boy? No? It's the same thing. What we gonna find in them? RASCAL Jeep Red Boy. Where's Bully Son at? Right there with the Jeep. Where's RASCAL at? As I remember, Eli and Bully Son was litter mates. So they saying a line, there's two dogs that's in the same line, in that same title. In that same title. But one dog don't belong in that conversation, and that's Red Boy. And you better watch with Red Boy, because you got damn Bentley's Bow in there with the Red Boy. the lines are still there. To me, you got Bully Son and Eli again. It's the same genetic makeup, but it's based on what type of dogs those particular dogs produce. But they still the same line of dog. That's why when you see great dogs like Red Boy can sprout off to different other lines and still be able to produce. Why these lines why are they still able to produce? Because they're still dealing with the same pattern of shit. Especially if one can do it and the other one can do it, then you dealing with a plus, because usually ain't but one can do it out of a damn litter. You're lucky to get two that maybe can do it. You know what I'm saying? The Lord knows if you can get three that can produce and reproduce and repeat. God damn, just imagine if Mayday, Little May, Sister Choice, and Dragon Lady could produce like Mayday. Huh? Or how about if every dog that Mayday produced was bred to, he produced one of him. Just imagine, just one of him out of every litter. It don't work like that. And the part y'all really hate me talking about is that part where you got to get up in the morning when you're tired, just getting up, and you hear the dogs hollering at you, come on out here, nigga, I'm hungry. You know your dogs start barking around 6 o'clock. You know, you got a yard of them, you know they hungry. They waking up. And you have to go out there and start feeding and raking up shit and cleaning up. You know, I mean, I know I've had that moment where I walked out there and I thought about all those pans, all this damn dog food I'm wasting out here feeding. And that's how I went from 80 to 40. Caught me in a morning mood, boy. Hey, hold on. There's some shit out here I just really don't need. I just know it is. But you got to be willing to take the chance. What you got, man?
I think it's time to get out of here. It's 12 o'clock, man. 12:10. Hey, fellas. I want to thank everybody for showing up tonight for this Hot Mic Friday. You know, I see my boys out there, for the oldest out there showing that love. You know what? It's been a hard damn month of June, but guess what? We still made every show, and we still got a couple more to go.
Oh, yeah. It was definitely hard for me.
Let me get in here and show you what the poll did. Hey, I want to thank everybody who took the poll. We had 141 people who took the poll tonight. Appreciate the love, gentlemen. I'm going to tell you how we ended up. Poll question was, is it fair to say Bully Son produced better game American Pit Bull Terriers than Eli Jr.? We had 25% that said yes. We have 45% that said no. And we have 29% that said they both are considered equal.
So the 29% was more than the damn yes.
Yeah. I don't see nothing equal about them. You?
I don't see nothing equal about them.
Which one would you have picked, Mom?
I'm going with Eli. I'm going with Eli for certain concepts of producing killers. And I'm going with Bully Son on producing winners that can produce winners.
Okay, so you go with, hey, it is fair to say Bully Son produced better game American Pit Bull Terriers than Eli Jr.
No, I wouldn't. I would say that Bully Son produced producing dogs.
Okay.
I would have to say that Eli produced
better game
match dogs.
That's
yeah.
Right. Yeah. Eli produced better match dogs.
Yes.
So you
I'm
would
giving
give it the no column. It would not be fair to say Bully Son.
Right. I'm going with the nose. No, I'm giving Eli the production of great dogs as far as matching fighting dogs. What I'm giving Bully Son is the ability to pass down that genetic strain that can produce good dogs. See, when they was taking Eli breeding back into Bully Son, they were trying to catch that genetic strain that produced good dogs. That Bully Son was doing that Eli really wasn't up on. He wasn't. I'm going there, you start looking, you'll see. You're going to see a lot more Bully Son than you will Eli. And then when you do see Eli, you're going to see it being put with Bully Son to carry it, okay? To get the combination of both, the fighting and the genetic strength to be able to carry that fighting ability on. Remember, Angus was a good dog. He produced some pretty good ones bred to Ruby, but outside of Ruby, what else did Angus produce? And how many of these dogs can we really come off of Eli and talk about? Also, Negro was Eli and Bully Son's litter mate. We can talk about also Negro. He produced a good couple of dogs, but shit, he didn't produce like Eli or Bully Son. Sure as hell can't say he produced better than them, but he's part of that litter. But I give him this much. Bully Son and also Negro was real close to being better producers. For producing a line of dogs that genetically produce good dogs. Eli Jr., you know what I'm saying? Now, we got to give, we also got to stand up for like the Eli 3s and the crosses that came along with the Boyles dogs and things like that came along. We all understand that part right there. You know, that was Eli, but you better look a little closer because you're going to always find Bully Son.
Yes, sir. Good lesson tonight, Mom. You got that point across. You know, I was trying my damnedest to try to figure out what the hell is Rascal versus Jeep. Knowing damn well we're gonna go through there and we're gonna find ourselves talking about Eli Jr. and Bully Son. You know? Knowing, which like you add up now, Jeep was a better producer than Rascal by far. No comparisons. You seeing this all in the numbers, man. But they run around calling the Jeep Red Boy Rascal. How in the hell is that happening? That's why I needed you to come in here and let's talk about it. Because that's one that I bug out every time I hear him say it. Because it don't make sense to me. Actually, you know the Red Boy, you know, and big shout out to Hardcore, Mike. Because they running that shit. They ain't the only ones running that shit like that.
A lot of us was running.
A lot of us was running that shit.
If I had Amber during the time that I had Crybaby and them, I'd have been running. I probably would have been like Hardcore. I'd have picked up on that notion and stuck to it. But I just ran with what I had. Amber came late, but just imagine if I'd have had Crybaby and those Eli dogs and Judo around. Give me Mikey and Judo with Amber, and who knows what we could have did with them damn dogs. Molly B and Snooty. You know what I'm saying? Low Posse Buster and Queen with Solo on that too. Come on, man.
These was fighting dogs.
These was fighting dogs. I had the damn Harley dog, you know, that was the one that beat Legion of Doom. He had St. Bentley's Bonbon. I'm dealing with Buck back then. Beating Legion of Doom with some old Buck shit at the bottom. St. Bentley's Bonbon. Yeah. Dealing with Buck shit even back then. But at one time, just imagine if I'd have had all of them on the yard at the same time and was able to do what I was able to do. I ended up grabbing a piece of all that in the long run. If you look at my yard, the yard ended up being exactly that in the end. You know, Snooty didn't make the cut. You know what I mean? And neither did Molly B because that was a unique, rare dog from the giddy up. He should have had straws on his ass. For the type of dog he was and the way the dog was bred. He could have been a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? If we had straws, he'd have been the perfect dog to have straws off of. Double bred Molly B Snooty dog, and I'm talking about first and second generation, coming off the mother and the father was off of Snooty and Molly B.
And a two-time winner.
And he's a two-time winner. Imagine that. Imagine the dogs that I could have been breeding to. Imagine the people who would have wanted to been breeding to him. Let alone little Mikey. And then I got Amber coming in. Come on, man. And we all was making the right moves during that time. And it would have just been something, but, you know, Sports God had another thing coming. They put us in a position to see Mayday, and, you know, the game changed from there. But the whole time we were seeking for greatness. Paying our dues to get it. Making shit happen when we got it. You know, that's all about how you feed. Ended up going to prison, all the dogs taken and shit, and then look what ended up. You know, damn near 20 years later, look at it. Journal gone. Dogs are gone. You know what I'm saying? We into some pet bullshit now. I mean, how do you not call it the pet bull when we running treadmills and running walls and competition, and our competition is confirmation, treadmills and walls. That has nothing to do with the pit. So why are we still using that word? If anything, it should make the dog better to call it American Pet Bull. It's like, you know, we changing the attitude and the way of thinking as people, that we keep calling an American Pit Bull, and the first thing they do is relating to everything with that pit in it to dog fighting. So while y'all so busy trying to clean shit up, you need to clean the name up a little bit, because if that ain't what you're doing, you need to change it to a different name to help you out. You just can't have it both ways. Want to use the name to bring some type of what to your shit when you know that ain't your shit. These dogs ain't pit bulls. They pet bulls, because they're not used as pit bulls in the name that they was given to represent that line of dogs. And that ain't what y'all doing now. So let's just face that. Y'all want to keep the name, but there's no need to keep it if that's not what you're doing with it. I'm gonna leave it to that.
Damn! Give me them thumbs up, thumbs up! Thumbs up, thumbs up!
Muscles!
Muscles! Muscles! Now, give yourself some damn roses! Roses!
You need them damn roses!
Show yourself some love.
Show yourself some love, fellas. Push that button.
Hey, don't forget to hit that like button, all that good shit. You know what time it is, fam.
Don't take it personal. You know I love you, but the truth is the truth. Just got to recognize the truth when you hear the truth.
Don't be mad. Don't get mad. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Just got to know what it is. But I look forward to all you guys, you know, continuing to support the show. Support these other guys out here. I support all y'all guys. I'm just big shout outs. Send them back that down word of, hey fellas, y'all really looked out for me and shit. I done had definitely a rough June. You know, we all lose somebody. But when you have to be a father on Father's Day, stand there with two children losing their mother, you know what I'm saying, on a Father's Day, and then you got one of her last child she had was his birthday when his mother died. Yeah, she died on his birthday. So, you know, when you're dealing with circumstances like that, it's damn near like the sports guys had me in a place that, hey, they gonna need you up in Ohio, bro. And you need to get there. You know what I mean? And it's like a lot of shit in our life, it seems like, you know, there's guidance in that shit. Like, you wouldn't believe how bad I was needed to be there for my children. And these are grown kids now. They're grown kids. And she was my ex-wife. We did get a divorce, but we had two great kids together. We actually had three. One died, and then the other two grew up. But it was really sad to see that, see her die. It really was. She was a beautiful girl, and it was sad to see that she died so young. She had a lot of life in front of her. But it was even harder on her family. When you're talking about scratching dogs, I can tell you what, being my wife, she had bulldog in her because not one time did she believe she really believed she could get through this shit. I watched this woman go down from talking, looking like nothing wrong with her, and in a matter of 6 days, it's like, I'm not just talking about sick, I'm talking about her whole look changed, where you just seen death coming through that door. You just seen it. You declined everything, the look, everything. It was a very sad sight for me to see, especially with somebody I was married to, you know, and put so much work into the building of Going Hard Kennels because she was the girl on the farm. She was the one that was there putting up with me. Even in the end, you know, why we got a divorce, because she couldn't deal with the dogs. Not because she couldn't deal with the dogs, she couldn't deal with the fear of what I was doing. Because if something happened to me with all this shit that we got, how was she to take care of it if something happened to me? And she really did make a good point. You know, and I didn't really have a good answer outside the fact, well, you can go with my dogs and stay though, because I ain't really give it up. And the choices we made. But yeah, man, it was definitely being a rough time. Mike came. Okay, we back live, baby. Yeah, we back, fellas. Everything back on point. There we go. So let's finish off this night so we can go ahead and shut her down. Just wanted to make sure we didn't run and walk out on y'all with the boot.
With the freezy face.
With the freezy face. I'm still here. I just kidding it. I was like, I was stuck on the freezy face.
Right,
I said, I got y'all.
Everybody going any damn way. But look, hey, y'all know what time it is. Everybody enjoy your weekend. Stay safe. Stay out of trouble. You know y'all see us again Tuesday.
In the meantime, we go in there where we go to the places and get our deepest intuitions of continuing to go strong. And remember this, guys, it's all about that one thing only to get you to do this your day through life. Always.
Always.
And when we say always, we mean
always.
Scratch the wind. Okay, how bad it looks, fellas. Just come out that corner. Love y'all. Peace. See you
Deuces.
Tuesday.
Go ahead and hit the button, man. Hit the button.